Hi everybody. Uh, Sorry I was late. It turns out if toothpaste touches your makeup in any kind of way, it like shreds it off your face. Which is really interesting because then I ended. Gosh, sorry, I'm late. I woke up late. I very quickly hurried to get prepared to do the stream. I was sat just essentially watching another stream, and it was like 1 past 4, and I was like, oh yeah. But that's not to imply that I wasn't doing anything. I was doing things at the same time. That's just how busy I've been, and I even put my lipstick on, which I've not done in this camera before. It's gonna be tricky. Eh. I'm not. I can't even see the screen. I'm literally just using my reflection on the sort of lens protector. I don't know what to call it. It is kind of make a nice little mirror. So this is the mode. This is the hardest mode doing lipstick that is possible to do, because essentially I'm using a not particularly reflective object. But I'm a gamer, so we have to do it, I guess. Eh, that's all right. I can fix it on the. I can fix it on screen two, I guess as we will call it. This is a makeup channel. That looks quite good, and I don't want to overtouch it. So I might just leave it. Hi everybody. It is Monday. Don't worry, I know it's Monday. I just had to think about that. Like, you know what day it is, but you do have to sort of like count backwards to make sure that you actually know the days that came before, is how I guess I would explain the situation. We still don't have a ring light, so the lighting is a bit weird. It's bothering me. Um, on what was it, Saturday? I went out. It was great. It returned on Sunday. That it's that kind of thing. Although to be honest, you stay awake past 12, you're returning on Sunday. But stayed with a lot of like-minded people. It was very nice. It was nice to talk to people about gender and stuff. I did a stream yesterday where I played Dorfromantik and found that I actually find it kind of stressful. And I don't know what that's about. Even though Islanders, if anything, is like more stressful because in Dorfromantik you can get something wrong 6 times, but in Islanders you can get something wrong like 400 times. Maybe not. Have I ever done a 400? I feel maybe I've gotten past 100 in terms of the negative score of an item. And yet Islanders I'm like and Dorfromantik I'm like like that's what I was like internally the whole time I was playing Dorfromantik. But when I first played it, the first like 10 seconds that I played it, I was like, and there is a creative mode, so I wonder if like I just should just play creative mode and nothing else. But the thing is, creative mode also has like a cheat mode, um, and that's too much temptation to just get a perfect hex every single time that lines up every single time. I don't know, like I'm not opposed to modes like that because I think like giving people access to that can be really good. But there is sometimes a thing of like, unless I unlock the cheat mode after like completing the game, I'm just gonna be playing the cheat mode. With like absolutely no inhibitions whatsoever. I'm just gonna play. I'm just gonna run towards the like presumption of the most dopamine. I think I'm starting to understand why those people like would just rush all the bosses in Terraria now. They just want that adrenaline. They're so desperate for that adrenaline. Um, are my eyebrows working today? I don't know, because this is not really how you do eyebrows. This is just how I do. Ooh, actually, instead of just highlighting the whole thing, doing that single line there, and I don't know if I can just stay. Even go a bit further. Ooh, I think I just learned something with makeup there. Ooh. I mean, the thing is, it's always going to look better on this camera until I get a camera that's like better. I don't know how well the makeup will look. Because when I look in like a bathroom mirror, and granted, there's difference with cameras and mirrors, especially if they're phone cameras. The shape of the lens and stuff changes the look of your face. I mean, just think about a fisheye lens, right? Like that exists. The intensity that exists, so wouldn't it make sense that you could do lenses in other smaller versions of that as well? No learning on stream, please, Talky. Ow! I just it stubbed my toe when I saw that you were here, and I haven't even said hello to everybody else. So hello, Luna Sky, hello Glacier, hello Whiskerson, hello anybody else who's come in. I stubbed my toe, Talky, because I was immediately infuriated by the idea that you had not been learning anything on this stream this whole time. Hey! I've never seen that used offensively before. Hey, that's a thing. Should I give chatters more offensive things to hurl at me? Would that be a good idea? I mean, I think there's a point where that could just get like incredibly disruptive, but then I also let people spam all of the wizards on no cooldown whatsoever. Wouldn't that be fun? like what could you do in that situation? Like, could you just get a pair of hands on screen that are just like, look this way or something? Although that's really aggressive. They gotta be funny. Like, I was gonna say, like, slipping on a banana skin, but, like, has that ever been funny? Has anyone actually slipped on a banana skin? I feel like I've shredded slightly on a banana skin, and then the banana skin promptly ran out of banana skin. So what I really did is I went, not even that, like, that's all I've ever done on a banana skin. I suppose, however, I think it's just economies of scale, if that makes sense, in animation. So I bet it did just start with a fucking huge box of banana skins, but then actually, or maybe that's the humor, right? Like, oh shit, this guy slid on 100 banana skins and went like, and that was he narrowly avoided getting injured, so it was kind of funny. But Bugs Bunny gets one banana skin, and whatever the cowboy guy's like, wah! Like straight into orbit. I like to think that's what happened. I think that would be funny. So here I have to say, unfortunately, I do not have Baldur's Gate 3, a game in which you can be non-binary explicitly. Something that I don't think I've ever seen in a video game that wasn't like an incredibly indie game. Such as By Hyacinths that we played here, where you play as a non-binary sheep going to university. We played that for a good 3 hours. I keep thinking about it. I don't know if I want to play it on stream. I think I want to finish it off stream, but I do want to finish playing it, I guess. I'm in such a weird mindset of like what I play on and off stream. I wonder if Dove Romantic is an off stream thing, and Islanders is like an on one. I've not boycotted it. I've not boycotted it. Jeffrey Bezos, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and probably some other cunt has boycotted my ability to possess it by so aggressively participating in capitalism that the entire world's economy is misshapen to such a degree that all prejudices are weakened by their societal influence and power, not only in their own society, but to even survive at all. So I know I could not afford to buy Baldur's Gate 3 because of those reasons. I think you mentioned you could be non-binary and you're not going to play it. Taki, okay, seriously. You're not allowed to joke about that, Taki, because genuinely I have been ostracized quite heavily from the Twitch community on the idea that I am a transphobic trans person. That's one of the things that got leveled against me. So as funny as that could be, unfortunately, don't say that, because people will believe it and they will use it against me every single night when I try and go to sleep. But it is funny to I don't know, there's something funny about abject misery, kind of like for some situations, like once you're actually outside of it, I guess all you can really do is kind of laugh at it, like any time I've ever fallen over it with people present, unless I break something, which has also happened with people present, if I slip and I fall, my immediate reaction once I've done slipping and falling is just to laugh, because I'm like, I fell over. What a fool. Especially if it's like an impressive fall, like you sort of trip and flip over something and you land on a big cushion and you go, hey, like that's especially funny. I think it's funny if your possession breaks, so it doesn't belong to anybody. So like, like for example, if I just had these sunglasses and like the fucking lenses popped out of them. Ooh, I wasn't trying that hard. Um, no, please, I love these sunglasses. They were really cheap and yet somehow really hard to get hold of. They cost £10. They might even cost less than £10. Please, it's summer. There's gonna be a heat wave. Okay, I fixed it. It's fine. Oh my gosh, I do somewhere. I don't know if it's nearby. I almost have a fucking costume box, to be honest. Mostly it's wigs that couldn't fit, and that was a great stage in my dysphoria because I'm like, oh good, I have a massive, gigantic head, so I can't wear these wigs. They're not incredible wigs anyway. There are some really incredible wigs, but they're like 100, 200 pounds, made with real human hair. Presumably all the hair that people donate to charity. Because I did do that, or at least I told people I did that, and then I very quickly discovered a lot of that donated hair just actually does go into like just regular wigs that get sold for money. And I'm kind of like, I mean, I guess it probably it's like the charity buys it and then sells it or something. I don't know. Not that you shouldn't donate hair. Better that it comes from you as a resource than like, I don't know, some very sad person with really long hair. I don't know. I laugh actually. Fashion industry can sometimes be very textile industry can sometimes be extremely bad in places where worker protections are non-existent. Essentially, it would be so good if we had global worker protections. A lot of strikes going on in America. A lot of strikes going on in France. Britain started to do some strikes and they said that's illegal, and we said, oh okay. Sorry. Sorry, is that how industrial action works? They make it illegal and we just stop? What happened? What happened? Why did we give up? Are we so downtrodden in Britain that like the people who desperately saved our lives in a system that we all swear that we would die for, the NHS, that people who fucking held it together under terrible circumstances, including death, are like, can we get paid some more, please? Because we are also starving to death whilst we do this job. And they said, that's illegal. And then we just went, okay. Excuse me? Sorry? Anyway. Can't afford stuff she said before destroying her own property. It's not destroyed, I fixed it. It's fine. Telling a loyal Paul viewer to donate hair. Hey, it doesn't have to be from your head. Armpit hair. Actually, genuinely, thick hair like that, it's probably the most sought after, right? What about hair transplant stuff? They want the thicker hairs for that. So like, would people care? Listen, before you tell me off, that is the name for it. Armpit hair is pubic hair because it grows in puberty. It appears in puberty. I think that also includes beard hair, right? Because it grows in puberty. But I bet donating pubic hair is probably a more sought after market. So unless you've been fucking swimming in there your whole life, can you sell eyebrow hair? Because the thing is, that's not pubic hair, but it is fake, and I imagine it does get faker at puberty as well. Because I'm pretty sure I didn't have these for eyebrows when I was like 10. Like big. You should see how thick the hair goes. It's very dysphoric. You have weak eyebrows. Maybe we should donate eyebrows to you. I'm sorry. It seems like I'm just tearing apart your appearance for no reason. Well, we do have a video game that I should have started playing probably about 20 minutes ago. We don't have to. I mean, we could do anything. We could. Yesterday we were trying to see if Marco Polo was real, I think. And my determination is he's real. Did he do the things he said he did? I believe that people working for him did the things that he said he did. I think I would definitely go as far as saying that. Where's Night Suge? Because he'll love to hear me take Marco Polo down a peg. And here's the thing, I agree, right? Like he's an explorer. He's a merchant, basically. If he was in anybody's court, I believe it. But probably it's just like a clerk or like a resident company, right? Because not only was it him and his brothers, I'm fairly certain they had servants and they had people that wouldn't have necessarily been you know, like fucking bank workers, but like mobile ones, like accountants, you know. Marco Polo is a known bullshit. I don't think that's new info. I don't know for what he's a bullshitter though. I have not learned this information. Speaking of information, get this out of here. That's the discussion essentially. Why is this part of the green screen not as good? Is there just too much shit in the way? I think there is. That help? That help? Is it the monitor? Is it reflecting? Seems like my hands. Whatever. I'll have to re-examine my setup because the lighting is actually could really do because of the size of this monitor. That's what I think it is. I think it's created a plane that goes like that to about there because of the size of this monitor. I need the lights to be potentially like diagonally from it. Here's a thought. Is it worth me hanging the monitor? Right, you know how you can. This is really weird stuff, but you know how you can put backs on TVs, which this has. It has this cruise capability for that. What if there was one that was like, it's like a chain thing, and with strong hooks, and I put it on this what is it actually? It's a mobile wardrobe, I suppose. Again, I think it costs about £10. I was going to use it as a wardrobe, and then I very quickly was like, oh, this has got so many applications for hanging stuff. And I was hanging a sheet to dry, but it actually became like a soundproofing thing. I'm so smart. You bought a nice big copy of The Travels of Marco Polo for £1 some years ago. Is that the book? Is that like the book he wrote, or is that like a book that someone wrote about him? Or is that like a comic starring Mr. Polo and his big adventures? Mr. Polo went all across the world, including to China. And then it says something like racially unfortunate about China, and it's like, then Mr. Polo met a Japanese man and said, "Hello, would you like to live in my home?" That's essentially like what Horrible Histories is. I can't remember everything about Horrible Histories that was wrong, but I certainly remember as an adult going, oh, that information that they put in there was wrong or misleading about history in a history book. Don't hang your monitor. If you buy a GPU, then another GPU, then buy a monitor and hang it in properly so it smashes into one another, report you to someone nasty. I mean, the fucking the communist vanguard I think would be the people to report me to in that case, right? For just wasting wealth unnecessarily, I suppose. Into the guillotine or whatever. Oh fuck, is that the future? Is that what's gonna happen? Has capitalism gotten so bad that people are just because people watch a certain streamer who basically masquerades as communist and they go, oh, that's communism, and then someone vaguely says something about Marx and then vaguely says something about Lenin and no one ever like critically acknowledges it, and then the next thing you know they're fucking Stalin, and then the next you know they're fucking Mao. Is that the future? Are we just gonna like live in like a better way because we'll have like healthcare, but a worse way because there'll be a bunch of fucking like Stalingardists walking around everywhere? That would be just our luck, wouldn't it? After a pandemic, after a huge recession, after like a huge sort of like fucking media hysterical series of wars that seem to happen entirely based on like how much of a splash you can make with like print and TV media. Ah, damn it. Listen, I'm not anti-communist necessarily. I just think any idea should be looked at critically. And I feel like there's a lot of people who are becoming communists who are not critical thinkers. I'm like, because they're the people that are gonna end up fucking actually changing things, but like not necessarily positively. Oh, we'll see. Information is such a you know, it's so hard for people to get accurate information, genuinely, about so many things. Like, transphobia is almost entirely based in misinformation. Here's the quick story. In fact, it's so simple. I'm going to actually make a video about it, and it goes... So at some point in the womb, for nobody's fault, a baby's brain went... Or not even a baby, a fetus's brain went, I need these hormones, and the body said, sure thing, I'm gonna get the complete opposite. Or the brain went, I would like some of these hormones and some of these other ones, and it went, yeah, sure, whatever. And then as soon as those hormones started doing stuff to your body, it caused massive suicidal pain until you got the other hormones, you know? It's just as simple as that. But everyone's like, oh, you're choosing to warp society by breaking these boundaries. And I'm like, no, you built the boundaries. Anyway. Shivermod isn't here to shout your idol Hassan Habi. Hey, I wasn't talking about that person. It's against the terms of service to negatively talk about another streamer, apparently. I'm not talking about that person at all. I was talking about a different platform. Glamesh. Our rival. Boo, Glamesh. No, we have it's good to warp society, I suppose. It's the level that it has to get to. Genuinely, there were people who were just like being so experimental and like healthy and were like, oh, I learned this thing about myself, let's investigate it. And that fucking... Anyway, I have a lot of strong opinions today, I think. I'm grumpy, actually, because I woke up late after sleeping for a long time. But also having my sleep interrupted, and that was annoying. And I was maybe a bit short with people. Right. Here's Henry. It's raining for some reason. Does he have any herbs with him? He's been picking a lot of herbs. Oh, there's a sidekick section that I only just noticed. Can we get a sidekicks? Our strength is level 11. I don't think that we need it to be that much higher. Can we... What's this? It's never shown me the information, does it? Your stamina regeneration not slow down combat even on the weapon backswing. Let's learn it. Seems pretty good. Seems like he's pretty strong. Seems like he could maybe take one fight. Archery doesn't have anything, I don't think. Oh, I didn't answer your thing. The Travels of Marco Polo is based on stories Marco Polo told to some Italian guy. Well, I mean, if the Italian guy is an author or like, you know, is a guy that writes stuff down, I mean that is gonna happen, I guess. So it's, but that does make it sound like it's by two people then, in that sense. Hi, Scooters. Warp Society is your electronic music club. That just seems like, yeah. Yeah, it is. How is it there? Are they nice? There's not enough hook in that to make that a joke. I'm just like, yeah, Warp Society. Let's all go to Warp Society. We're not allowed to talk about it. Is it also Fight Club? Don't they? I haven't watched Fight Club, but don't they also like talk about Fight Club? I mean I've heard the reading of it's better. Can we get things in stealth? Daring Dorbanar. After committing a crime, you get a +1 both on strength and vitality until you're caught or leave the scene of the crime. That's really interesting, given I think vitality helps stamina, therefore running away. I'll look at these other ones, but I'm actually I don't think it says anything about not getting this for anything else, so we're definitely getting that. Rain Man. You move almost silently in the rain. It is raining currently. You probably did hear that motorbike, huh? Hey, how am I? I'm grumpy, but I'm very lively, is what I would say. Because I just woke up. And I guess I did have some caffeine, so that's probably rolling me through up and up and up, and I did eat some leftover rice that was cooked in a rice way, but also was cooked in a pasta way. And I don't mean what I was saying yesterday about just boiling pasta, although I did leave it in too long, because I was thinking about this Tory that I knew who revealed himself to be a Tory and was like, I think the Times is really onto something. Look what they said about Santa Claus being replaced.
Pasta?
And I was like, what are you talking about, you absolute fool? And he fucking lost it. And I stopped being friends with him. But he thinks he's Star-Lord and he dresses up like Star-Lord. This may be too much identifiable information, actually. There might be a little bit too much identifiable. He's probably not still doing it, right? My hope is that he's not a transphobe anymore, but, like, he did suck. Chris Pratt. Well, like, he dresses like Star-Lord. As in, he has this jacket. I really hope he doesn't still have it, and that's not identifiable information. But he's one of the worst directors I've ever worked under. And one fantastic thing, actually, let me just switch his scenes so I can really rip into him. One of the things that kept happening whilst I was there was he would give me a movement direction and he would say, come forward. So I'd come forward. And then the next time we rehearse it, he would say, why are you coming forward? Go back. So I'd go back. And then the next time we rehearse it, I would be back because he said to go back. And he says, why are you back? Go forward. And I think that happened maybe 6 times before I said, which one is it? Because you've given me this direction both times, back and forth each time. And it turns out that this actually was his whole directorial style, because they also wanted to choreograph some fight scenes, including some people who would know how to choreograph fight scenes because they practiced fighting with weapons and stuff, like swords and stuff and axes and whatever. And they had to reduce it down to the point where it was a joke how bad it was, because he kept going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. I don't know if he was the main director. I think they co-directed, which is, I think, why you don't do that, because the assistant director can essentially, I guess, privately call out the director for making a bad decision, but the director can also overwrite and take control, I guess, can push through a vision. I don't believe that the director is mostly responsible for a play. I think the stage manager probably is, but I think co-directing meant that both of their decisions were equally valid, and one of them was a competent person who worked very hard, and one of them was a massive incompetent Tory who it turned out had been spoiled his entire life. And the irony is he's the one that's probably going to actually make it in the theatre industry because of his rich connections. But yeah, he was a transphobe. So I was thinking so hard about this guy that I accidentally purchased... No, I'd already purchased the stuff, but I was thinking so much about this guy that I started making lemon bean thyme pasta that I made before that was fantastic. And I made that because I just ran out of stuff. And then I also was making a lot, which was like chili rice with soy sauce and nuts. I wanted to get pine nuts and there weren't any, so I got pistachios, even though pistachios are quite expensive and I have been fooled by capitalism and it was a bad idea. But then I also put wasabi on it, because I saw he had wasabi and I love wasabi so much. So it was a bit of a mess of a meal. I think having it be acidic and also have soy sauce means that you do sort of chemically burn your tongue. But it was delicious, thankfully. So I had some of that earlier, and now I'm waking up. But yeah, no, fuck that guy. I can't fucking believe Chris Pratt does that as well. Chris Pratt does that. What if it was Chris Pratt? I have been called to an audition for something for Marvel before, but it was as an extra, and I didn't get called. And I did have to sign a thing that was like, not exactly an NDA, it was more like a don't work anywhere else for a year, which I was like, I'm not really getting any other offers. You're supposed to get an agent. But you have to do stuff that an agent will see you and go, that person's agentable. So maybe I need to start doing more stuff like that. When you wanted, people will be less likely to recognize you and will stop looking for you. Ooh, I definitely want that. That's been a huge problem with all this crime. Oh, there's one for stopping dogs barking. Why does everyone mod it out if there's a pig? Attacks from behind will be 1/3 stronger. I mean, you kill them anyway, don't you? Unless it's the thing where they like spin out of it. Although if someone does try to attack you from behind, grab their fucking arm and do like a forward roll, and just let gravity take you. You'll wind the fuck out of them. I learned how to do that in secondary school because people kept attacking me. I didn't find that information anywhere. It was field discovered, I think is probably the term. People stopped grabbing me like that. It didn't take many of those to stop people from doing that. Oh, also another thing while we're on the subject, if someone is charging at you, someone running towards you really fast, what you probably should run away. But let's say you're in a situation you can't run away. It's important, first of all, to recognize the best fight move in every single situation will always be run away. Anything that you are doing in self-defense, if you are fighting, it is to give yourself an opportunity to run away, right? You're not fighting them to defeat them, ever. Because you will die. So if you're in a situation where someone is just like running towards you, what you can do is make like you're gonna run towards them, and at the last fucking second, you roll on the ground. They will not expect it. They will trip a long way, and then you can get up and run because they are disoriented. That is another thing I learned to do in school. It was field discovered. This is horrific. Simply shout Olay and step aside. That won't work because they'll just dive. They'll just dive to the side. If they think you're gonna engage, I mean, sometimes running at people might actually intimidate them to stop, I suppose. Because if you're heavier than somebody else, and they understand how that works, they might just go woof. So like shoulder barging is also a thing. Fortunately, they had massive shoulders. As much as I hate them. Okay, we can't actually do any other skills here. Okay, I think we might be ready to actually start the rat invasion of, fuck, it's called Rattay, isn't it? The Rat Wars. I think that Henry is strong enough to actually begin the Rat Wars. But so we need to start prepping stuff. We need to start making stuff. We need to get good at alchemy. We have more herbs than we'll ever need. Please pick these up. He's strong. He's good at escaping, which to be honest is probably going to be more of the combat than anything else. Here you go. Here's me applying actual real world understanding of self-defense. It's better to put things into escaping than it is for necessarily winning the fight. Because the greatest fight move, and if you don't believe me that this is such a great fight move, is running away. The Greeks were constantly like, "Oh, it's so cowardly to run away. Oh, what a low character that person is, and I hate them and their family smell, and their houses are made of dung, and I just wish it could come back, please." Like they're just constantly trying to sell this idea because they don't want their soldiers to run away, because it's sort of hard to win a battle if that happens, I guess. Even though the majority of these sort of armed conflicts usually were just about seeing how many of the other side you can get to run away. But the other thing is you can't kill them if they run away. So it's almost a thing of like trying to reach your enemies and go, oh well, ugh. And what's so funny is I see this reflected in like PvP games, like RuneScape. People are like, oh, you're eating food, the food that heals you in this game. Oh shit, Henry's in the river. Or like, oh, what's that? You use prayers that protect you against the damage I'm using you in this game? That's so dishonorable. Just let me click on you really hard and take it. But then genuinely there will be people who like will PvP where they'll shame people for doing that, but as soon as you switch to that, they'll also switch to like their hardest tactic that they have and hit you as hard as possible. I'm like, wait, so what was what was going on with this fight? Like, were you just doing it for practice? Was I ever gonna win? That's what PvP in RuneScape felt like. Right, we gave him a snack. There's a bridge right there. Damn it, Henry. But we need to get into the center of town because we need to put all our herbs away. Two times now I've played off stream and all I've done is picked flowers. I've not really gotten that much experience, to be honest. Like, I haven't really done it for that long. I think it was only like 4 hours total. But I figured eventually the stream was just becoming Henry picking flowers all the time, which I really like. It's actually quite relaxing. It's nice. I kind of almost want to that to be the whole game, just picking flowers. Like, give me flower picking. Like, give him a little cart so he can put his flowers in it. Give me content like that. Who's modding this game? I look at the mod page and it's just full of stuff like, oh, we made Kekistan armor. If you don't know, this is perhaps one of the most strongest indications that Pepe the Frog is Nazi aligned, because this is stuff that's the Nazi battle flag painted green with a big picture of Pepe the Frog and lots of references to a place called Kekistan, which is kind of it's like fascist speak for a white world, essentially. There seems to be some on the workshop that were like, adds this to Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I was like, yes, I can see why you, a fascist, would like a game where everyone has been made white against the advice of the people that worked on this game, by Daniel Vargas. Fuck him, honestly. Fuck him for making this game worse. Obviously had some talented people working under him, but it seems like I can see every decision that he's made in this game because it fucking sucks, right? Like the way that he writes the characters, the way that he's done the women, the fact that all of the women have the same build, and they don't. Oh my god. Well, the way that Henry acts to other characters without any option. There's no like mean option. Daniel Vargas just immediately lets you go straight to the mean option because that's what he thinks. like you can't have an old sex worker be spoken to without being horrendous to them in this world, despite the fact that consistently you have chat choices. That's a chat choice you don't have. And I was like, why can't I had to mod in giving money to homeless people? Why are you so mean, Daniel? What? Why are you such a horrible fuck? Why does Henry get to live this great life? But everybody else, because they didn't get favored by the nobility. It doesn't even question that. Women are not generally thought to have different body types until long after the Renaissance. That's not true. There's so many. I know you're saying that to just troll me, but there's loads of examples. How dare you? Oh shit! I'm actually taking things out. I'm not putting things in. That explains why there was like 2,000 of the same herb. We need to take marigolds, I think. I don't know if we need wine, because it kind of seems like the crafting thing just has wine all the time. I'm giving too many things away. Come on, let's just do this one at a time instead. Keep the marigolds. Give the nettles. Just double click, because my E doesn't work very well. Parody national. Well, yeah, parody. That's another thing. I don't know if I do enough to teach people about how to identify fascists in this stream, actually, now that I think about it, because it's something I talk a fair amount about, but like it's so, I feel like I'm really good at it because even the most fucking undercover fascists, although there are some very undercover fascists that this won't work on, but generally speaking they will put out one dog whistle. So they will just have one. They will just have one, right? Because they're trying to signal to other fascists as covertly as they possibly can, like, hey, I'm here. Often dog whistles do have the double-edged effect of essentially being a big fucking, like, I'm going to kill you mark, you know, to like marginalize people and stuff like that. This is why I have such a reaction to dog whistles, right? Because it's how they're used against me. It is important to like recognize that fascists use fear so much. Not even deadly fear, just like social fear. I think it was interesting to see how many people on Twitch were so socially afraid to call out a fascist that they didn't do it. Do I know much about 40k? I mean, I get that the 40k is supposed to be like a parody of like British imperialism and fascism and stuff like that, but the problem is there's people who like don't get it and think that it's just fascism for them. And also, like, maybe it is a little bit. This is the thing with like a lot of medieval games as well. Um, it's weird to think that Chivalry 2 is actually like, for in terms of race, more progressive than this game. When I think probably even worse people play that game. I don't know. It's hard to say. I fucking turn the chat off. But yeah, no. Sometimes I just will just put out like one dog whistle, but a lot of them will put out multiple dog whistles. So if you know all the dog whistles and you see someone that's used like 3 or even 2 of them, to be honest, 5 you could know for sure. But if you see it happen a couple of times. Sorry, I was just dealing with something for a second there. Right. So it's time, I think, to we take all our arrows? No, we're taking marigolds. We're gonna make these potions. I don't know if I need wine as well. I am looking this up online of the potion recipe, which is a little bit cheating. It's like a marigold. I think I actually have the recipe anyway, but it's just a marigold concoction. Marigold concoction. How do you spell that? I don't know how to spell that actually. Decoction. Decoction? Decoction? I just imagine how that is how you say that. Decoction? Marigold decoction. Decoction. Help me, please. A marigold decoction. Decoction! There we go! Hey! Yeah. Oh, it's nettles as well. Okay, we have nettles. Yeah, okay, we can do this. So this is it's useful and you can level with it basically. So where's our nettles? 2,000 of them. So let me just double check here. So we've got, how many have we give me the item information. 200. We've only got 240 marigolds. Huh, okay. Who's about secret fashion says Dankeschön. Talki, speaking German is not a secret fascist action. Because to be honest, most fascists speak English and always have. So, right. It does say he's sleepy. Is it late? Probably save anyway, because there's a chance that he'll take a step outside and then a horse will run you over. 40k lore is fine if you're capable of grasping what it's trying to say. Very bad if you're going out way to misunderstand it. Yeah, because the way I see how it's, how I feel like it is intended is like as a science fiction of like a cautionary tale. Like what if we kept all these ideas alive? What if we decided that our humanity was like our unchangingness and we just let all these things just get further and further out of hand? Like, how fucking horrific can I stretch this thing out? How like on everything to such a ridiculous degree? Like it could only be a satire. It's the same as Dante's Inferno, which has the same purpose, and I haven't read it, but I understand its intention was to sort of like criticize the Catholic Church and stuff like that, right? Or the sort of Catholic state, I guess, because that's a whole thing. Right, so we have food. Do we have eatable food in here? There's a rotten apple. There's a rotten egg. Oh, there's a fly agaric. I think he can eat that. I don't think he can eat mint. Oh wait, there's more marigolds in here. There we go. I don't know how I only had. Oh, I must have just not put them in rather than taking them out. So you admit you're speaking English like many fascists. Listen, Taki, we have to own up responsibility to say just how much England and Britain has contributed to fascism. That's our responsibility to fight it out in our own places because of how much it happened here. It doesn't get worse and worse. You can't make me look bad on this, Taki. It's like, come back to some funny jokes. Where are your funny jokes, Taki? What happened to those? keep going like that and everyone is a tyrant. Yeah, I think it's interesting that like the the aliens exist, and it even seems like there's a possibility that aliens and humans can interbreed. Um, because I think both the Tau and the Imperium are like, don't fucking do it. Like if you join the Tau as a human, I think they actually do castrate you. It's like a requirement. So I'm like, okay, so it's like a alien racism basically. They're like, don't do it. We have to stay human. And it's like, well, what does staying human mean? All that sort of stuff. How close is he get to good? They still also think that everyone shouldn't just become this. They recognize that if humans and Tau bred, or if every alien bred, there would just be like this one like super progressive alien, and they can't have that because then the whole state would collapse, right? Too shaken from when you had a go at me for being bald and trying to steal my pubes. Oh my god, Taki, never become a journalist because you're too effective at twisting something that's like mostly the truth into something bad. See, now that's funny actually. No, I was just for context. I was talking about donating hair, and Taki said, "Well, I'm bald," and I said, "I'm sure like armpit hair, which is pubic hair, could be donatable." I shouldn't even have to defend it. Actually, that makes it 100 times worse. Right. Let's take these arrows out as well, because we're gonna have to cover all of them in sleep poison. Um, Actually, we could probably take all the herbs we need. So once we've done marigold concoctions, what about lullaby potions? Poppy, herb, paris, and thistle. Well, we already have thistle, so there should be herb, paris. Yes, please. Thistle, which we already got. Was it poppy? It is poppy. So we are just giving them opioids, I assume. There's castrating aliens on the go, just in 40k. Although I don't know. I mean, I guess they just kill them, right? If they're the humans, I think. Eventually, they wouldn't though. The one of the things about Warhammer is that, much like World of Warcraft, it doesn't understand that war just depletes. It just depletes. Both sides just get depleted. It's not something that they can maintain. It just depletes them both. Both of them seem to be under this. I know that again, suspension of disbelief because they're like, well, they're just plundering every planet that they come across. And I'm like, no. But it would be like they would start to get agents in their capital, right? There would be people who would be captured by the enemy and then wouldn't be killed, and then like it get complicated sort of thing. So I don't know. It's not something. I don't think you could have a war for 10,000 years. Or I know that that's not how 40k works. I think. But then it's also got like demons and stuff like that. So what do? They just put a demon in the engine and like, aha, free power. I have to Google what 4k means. 40k. Warhammer 40k. It's a British-made imperialism satire, I guess, but also like people are like, oh, that's so cool, big metal dude fighting alien monster. Because it came out in the 80s, most of the enemies are based on successful things in the 80s. So that, for example, one of the enemies is just a bunch of Terminators. One of the other enemies is just a bunch of aliens, as in Alien from Alien, like a bunch of them. What else have we got? I don't know if there was anything with a big fucking gas mask, but also the 80s is long enough to have certainly parents even that have a lot of trauma about gas masks. So I can see how that could be a scary imagery. Very very British rip-offs. There's no there's no Doctor Who as far as I'm aware. Also, I guess Cybermen is an image that's sort of similar there. But I don't know, it's very far away from. It's the same fear of what Cybermen was supposed to be, I think, which I think initially was the fear of communism. But it became a sort of like fear of transhumanism, I suppose, of like Much in the same way that people sort of, and I don't think they're necessarily wrong for doing this, the way people view AI negatively, but like that for sort of transhumanism, that's like Cybermen, I guess. What if we upgrade our organs with technology and it makes us evil? It seems to be where Cybermen are now. I did like when they first reintroduced them that they were like, this is what fascism is. You know, like some of the first Cybermen that they make are like homeless people, so they use the existing cruelty to recruit to their numbers. It's like that's very fascism. Also, fascists focus on the homeless people a lot. Um, I when I heard that the Guardian Angels was doing that in Barcelona, I was like, oh okay, I wonder what reason that could be for. Is it to help the homeless? Probably a little bit, but also not help them a lot because fascists consider homeless people to have failed society and therefore be worthy of death. You know, so like it's kind of similar to Putin invading Ukraine by. Well, Wagner is literally named after Nazi tactics, but how they recruited from prisons. So most of the Russian soldiers were just prisoners. So they killed a bunch of the prisoners in Russian society. That's a very fascist genocide thing to do, but using the existing cruelty of war and imperialism to go, oh no, it's justified. Um, that must fucking suck for Ukrainians, of course, because they're being told that they're being invaded for Nazis and they're fighting a group of Nazis, and the Nazis are throwing essentially homeless and mental ill prisoners at them to die. You like that doesn't how do you it's so mean and horrible not to be such a bummer, but that's so cruel, that's so awful. But we're talking about fascism. We're identifying ways that it works, and it's objective, um which is to kill everybody, but specifically kill the people it deems are like not proper people, and they're dragging everybody else down is the idea, which is not true. It's very much proven that if you support many groups of diverse people, that everyone benefits, because when everyone benefits, everyone benefits. That's very, very 1 = 1. If technology increased your renal aptitude, what's renal aptitude? A single percentage point, I would dedicate yourself to evil. What is renal aptitude? Because that all that makes me think is like rectum or something like that. Like kidneys. Okay, that makes sense. Renal rectum. Okay, that's would that be Greek? Renal system. Well, I mean, aren't kidneys one of the organs that we can create, that we can grow? So yes, like they did bladder, and I think they've done kidneys. We're using stem cells essentially. The renal system. Yeah. Okay. Renus rectus. Well, that might be Roman, but then Romans live and whatever. I don't know Roman or Greek. Right. So I think we've got everything that we need. I'm just gonna do one last check. Poppy herb Paris thistle. Yes. It says oil, but then that doesn't have a link, so I'm assuming that's just in there. Water nettle marigold. Okay. Now I'm hopefully we're gonna get there. We're gonna save, because there is a weird thing where like it destroys all of your herbs that you put into it. So I am worried that what will happen is I'll put like 2,000 herbs into it.
There's no end to this.
I need to buy food, please.
Good day to you. What do you need?
I'm gonna be gone for a while.
Bye.
So I need a lot of food. What keeps a long time in this game? Or should I just fill him up? Get him bacon. Get him bread. Get him bread rolls. Just fill this boy up. Cheese. Overfill this boy. Lentil mash. Lentil soup. Make this man broad. Broad and merry. Fill him up. Roast chicken. Oh shit. Yeah, more roast chicken. Roast duck. How much can this boy take? Smoked sausage, absolutely. I would really like some smoked cheese. Right, check basket. We're gonna haggle.
Can we do something about the
You
plot?
get salted stuff.
Aye.
What was that sound? Is that in game?
This and a little something on top, for good measure.
Thanks
No
a
idea what that
1,000 times.
It sounded vaguely like a character was shouting in the background, but to be honest, every time they see Henry, they do like seem to shout at him quite a bit. Right, Henry's sitting on this bench. We're gonna. How much can we eat? So he's gonna have a lovely bit of bacon. That's nice. Gonna have that with a bread roll. So it's like a bacon sandwich. It's like that's nice. Let's have some cheese on a different kind of bread. We're gonna fucking drop this gone off lentil mash that's in his pocket and eat this lentil mash instead. That's really nice. I'm gonna have a pretzel that because that's nice and salty. And we're gonna throw away this old pretzel that's in my pocket as well as this old roast chicken and eat this new roast chicken and roast duck. No, he's stuffed. He can't have any more. Okay, fantastic. I looked like that came out of me for a second, and I guess realistically it did. Just blah. Right. Okay. Fantastic. Let me check the map. 'Cause we don't get to see our position on the map, but we do get to see the map. We're not in any of those places though. We're all the way up here. We're here, so we're gonna go that way, and then we're just gonna follow the path north until it goes left. So realistically, we're just going left all the time.
Ale for me.
And we're also moving very slowly. I forgot to mention. Henry is carrying several thousand herbs on his back, which we can't see. Just in like a big bag, like the image on the bottom of the screen there. I wonder if that's harder to see on stream now because the hood has changed. I make the hood bigger actually. Is that a thing? Graphic says? No. Unscript. I don't know what a lot is. Line of this. No. I'm maybe gonna turn this up. Come on. You know what? Fuck it. Put them all the way at the top. Break my computer. Let's see if it can do it. No motion blur though. Fuck that. Oh, it did have to load that in for a second. But it seems good. Well, does it need motion blur? Because I don't know if that's better. It feels worse on this monitor, actually. I wonder if that's what motion blur is for. Have I finally got a monitor big enough that motion blur is actually for me? Was it just for rich people all the time? I'm actually rich now because I spent £270 on a monitor that makes me rich. Water. I don't know. I think rich people could just do that all the time. Like every day. Like just buy a monitor every single day. Like how much, like, I know they said something like you don't get any happier from having your needs met past like 100k a year, but like that's so much money. Even 50k a year seems like a lot of money to me. I imagine it's probably changed because of inflation, but like 20k a year seemed to be like the bottom job, but it was literally 16k as in that was the amount, but I think that's worth about 20k now. Or am I getting that the wrong way around? Is that worth less? Ooh, nettles, we'll need these. And then like 50k a year then was like if you were like a head teacher. Well, not a head teacher because they get even more than that, but well, no, maybe that was head teacher. That's a lot of fucking money. A lot of fucking money. I think that like I don't know how much I could spend because the thing is like when I get more money than I expect, I spend differently because I try to get things that are gonna last me a long time, like shoes or whatever. I'm trying not to veer directly into the Vimes boot theory, but also the Vimes boots theory. Vime's Boots' theory of social in economic justice or whatever. In economic not something not something you would really expect a police officer to come up with. Unfortunately, that game is quite a game. That story is a little bit propaganda, you know. We just need one good cop. To be fair, it does go around also sometimes arresting, or not arresting, but fighting other police. But then that's the same thing they do in Brooklyn Nine-Nine, where they're like, oh, well, these are the bad police. They're good books, I guess. I don't know how I would feel rereading them, but I've read basically all of them. I've read basically all the Discworld books. I think maybe the last 4 or 5 I didn't, but then also like I don't know. I think at that point Terry Pratchett was just purely dictating them. They were very different. And I actually wonder if maybe it was getting a ghostwriter to just like finish bits off or something, because the writing style seemed quite different. Now there is a thing when famous people kill themselves that they don't say that's what they did on the news. I think it's to stop people also doing the same thing out of sadness, I guess is the idea. Or it's to like not shame them, because also there does come a lot of like societal shame with that, particularly in older people. And I remember watching the documentary where Terry Pratchett was like, oh, if I can't write anymore, then I want to be able to euthanize myself. And the thing is, I don't know, this is a weird sort of way to interpret like some books I'm reading, but I'm like, the book seemed to get worse, and not long after that he seemed to die, and it wasn't exactly clear what he died of. So I'm kind of like, oh, I guess he did do that then, huh? But I've heard people say that he didn't, but I've not actually seen any information about that. And to be honest, it doesn't really matter. He's dead. He was alive. He wrote a bunch of books. I liked them. Lots of people did. Some of the things said in the book were pretty good. Like trans rights was said in the books. I can't think of a time where he ever didn't say that. Because I definitely fucking remember reading Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire and very distinctly seeing J.K. Rowling say no trans rights. And also, like, no slavery abolition either. That was a weird thing. And I remember those things sticking out to me so much, even though I didn't fully understand them. I mean, like, that's weird and completely out of character in this book. Why did that happen? Who am I talking of? I was initially talking about Terry Pratchett. Was gifted a whole amount of Terry Pratchett's books when I was younger. They're a big influence on me for sure. Reaper Man. Reaper Man was the first one I picked up because it had a big fucking picture of death on it, but like in a sort of I don't know, like Appalachian setting, and I was like, oh okay, not Appalachian. Appalachian's the mountain one. You know what I mean though? That's sort of American farm sort of thing, because he's got like a big straw hat or whatever. Yeah, that was the first one I read. I read a lot of them out of order. I can't remember if I read Soul Music after that one. The Death series stuff is actually really good. And I feel like the longest since I've been playing, sorry, hi cat. The longest since I've been reading it, I wonder if that might actually be my favorite series. Yeah, you saw the program of saying how I wanted to die and had to go. Yeah, I think it was a Channel 4 documentary. We're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, which is a game where it's supposed to be realistic. Supposed to be realistic medieval times, but I happen to know enough about medieval times to see what they intentionally fucked up, because the co-founder of the company is like a big Gamergate racist, who has loads of articles written about him. Like, is he really a racist? I don't. I'm sure this can happen, but it doesn't seem like, if you're like a famous personality and like there's loads of articles that are like, are they really a racist? I think maybe you got some stuff to examine about yourself. You know, it's such a mess searching for articles online if you've never seen, if you don't know the background of the organization that's made it. Like, there was a long time where the Daily Mail, now it seemed like they picked up on very quickly how to get seen a lot on like search engines and stuff, and just generally online. But I actually maybe have a suspicion that something very corrupt happened to allow that to happen. But for a while it was Daily Mail, and then later it was Fox News, and now you can just get any number of like tiny right-wing pundit stuff. Because the thing is, some of the richest people in the world are fascists, so they've got plenty of money to spend on just any fucking fool that will say what they want to say. So it's hard to get accurate information sometimes. You just think critically and it'll get you through most of it. Right, we have arrived where we needed to. Kind of nice actually to walk slowly to do this. Especially now that I turn the settings even higher. I will say, now, they have got the forest right actually, but I wonder if I know enough to prove that they haven't. So let's just look at the forest for a second. Do we have branches on the ground? So we got branches here, but I'm assuming those belong to her. Now I got a bunch of branches here. Do these also belong to her? Let's just go out on a limb and say that they probably do. But now I'm noticing, oh, well, there's a log and there's a stick here. That's interesting. Oh, there's a bunch of sticks here. Now this is not what a medieval forest floor would look like, because the lords that owned forests, as they do, were in range of, where's the fucking, I can't remember if it's this castle, but like these are people's these are a lord's lands, right? They own these. They own the forest. They own hunting rights over all this stuff. They lease it out. The bigger bits of wood would have gone to perhaps servants of nobility, or maybe even like middle class people, and then the little fucking twigs would go to the poor people. So people would pay to come into the forest to take out the wood. And it's one of the like benefits of this, I suppose, was that the forests were considered very tidy because there wasn't really that much stuff on the ground. Anything that would have been burnable for firewood would not be getting left around, unless the justification is that it belongs to this alchemist lady here. So fucking history check on Kingdom Come Deliverance. Why is there just loads of like branches lying around? Even if they're wet, would people not be drying them out? Also, this is like charcoal country as well, so I presumably also charcoal makers are getting their. I mean, I guess they would be chopping trees probably. I don't know if that's primarily how they would get that. I don't know enough about that. The process of charcoal that they've got, where they pack it all up, that's accurate. They've got that bit right. But yeah, why is there loads of firewood in the forest? If this is a medievally accurate game, why is everyone white? Despite the fact that would not have been, that's never been the case ever in any place ever. I don't know, maybe like if you go to like a really small place that might be true, but there's no region of the world that's ever been completely white at any point in its history ever. This isn't a thing that's ever happened. So why is it in Bohemia? Also, Bohemia, as I understand, actually kind of had a reputation of being a bit of a melting pot. So, why is this? So this is where we make the potions. Now, to their credit, they've said that they did their best research to figure out that this is maybe not the way that this looks, but kind of the setup in terms of us having an alembic, in terms of us having bellows, a fire, a cauldron. I'm not so sure about the egg timer because glass is expensive. I think it's probably. I mean, we're kind of late medieval, so I don't know. And also, we're Eastern, so we're closer to people that make glass. Glass making and lens making and gem cutting was a fucking huge thing in the Arabian Empire, which I assume it would still be at this point. We're close to the Golden Horde as well, so there's lots of trade stuff. There was also, actually, this was something I think the game was called out on. That we're really close to, is it Prague, which is like a destination on the Silk Road, and Daniel Vargas said, well, the Silk Road only goes on one road, and it's like, no, right, listen, it's like a motorway. So you go, oh, I want to go sell products in London, I'm gonna go on my little roads to get on the M1 to go down to London. But then when I'm in London, I might go somewhere else. Or someone else might say, oh, I'm gonna go to this town here. Like, not everybody in the Silk Road is just going from the beginning of it all the way to the end. Almost nobody is doing that. In fact, I would dare to say probably nobody is doing that, unless they're like a Mansa Musa kind of character, right? Like they've got enough money to just ruin everybody's economies as they go through unintentionally. It was just very generous. Yeah, no. So there's that's another thing that would introduce a lot of like international characters, but then potentially, I'm guessing here. I don't know specifically, so it's possible that egg timers are going to be more of a thing here because of the trade that they've tried to not include in the game to in a historically accurate game. Anyway, let's make a potion. We're criticizing the game so much, so we're making a marigold decoction. Ingredients is water. Pour water in the cauldron. Add nettle to the cauldron. Oil for 1/10 of the sand glass. Allow to cool fully. Use 2 handfuls of marigold. Collect using file. So the reason why I'm like, I don't know if they would have an egg timer is basically everybody knew the Bible, and could recite bits of the Bible. So they would just use Bible verses. They would say, repeat John's 15 like 7 times, because that would take like 30 minutes or whatever. There's a lot of that. I think that's also where this kind of idea of like chanting over a cauldron probably comes from. Not so the Silk Road is even real, not even a practical material for paving, expensive to get caught on wheels. Taki, congratulations, you're actually the 1 billionth person to have made that joke. The joke that has been going on since the word Silk Road were ever used. Yay! Congratulations, Taki. Well done. Just type in your credit card details and we'll get that prize right to you. I'm sorry, that was very mean. But also, like, it's like, that's a dad joke. That's such a dad joke. I think that was told by the first dad. I think there's a cave somewhere where there's like the dad of all dads. And he's like, oh, Silk Road. When did the Silk Road start, actually? I now want to know this. When did the Silk Road start? Doodly. What's this? History? Don't they think aliens are real? So we'll see how accurate this is. The Silk Road was a network of trade routes connecting China with the Far East and the Middle East and Europe, established when the Han Dynasty in China officially opened trade routes with the West in 130 BC. Huh. 130 BC. Good thing you really got me with the original old joke. Much retort. Taki, that still reflects poorly on you. If your jokes are like prehistoric. Rising Tides talk to the hand. Oh, is that another very old joke that you have in your repertoire? What year is it, Taki? Do you even know? This is very interesting. I didn't know this. Because people say there's a whole thing of there being a Roman expedition to China. But like, if we're in the fucking 200 BC, what is the Roman Empire? I feel like Julius Caesar's 50 AD or BC, 50 BC. Is he 50 AD? No, it'd be 50 BC because Jesus hasn't happened yet. So it would have been a republic if it existed at that time. I mean, it's entirely possible China just sent the first envoy over because people tend to be like, oh, the Roman Empire is so good. 5 minutes away from quoting Anchorman. I don't even remember what that film is, Taki. I was born when that film came out. I wasn't. Okay. Oh my gosh. 206 BC. That's when that joke's from. My goodness. The Royal Road, which connected Susa in present-day Iran, more than 60,000 west to Sardis near the Mediterranean Sea in modern Turkey. Are they really that far away from each other? in my like white European brain, I guess I've been taught that all of those things are together, but 1600 miles west. Uh, Darius the First. Okay, that makes sense. So presumably the Royal Road became part of the Silk Road, but it's not the actual Silk Road. Though I don't know, this kind of feels like they're like, well, obviously China did it first, but the Persians, the Alexander the Great, they did it first. Brandon's dominion to Persia via the Royal Road, parts of Swordfish Ultimate. Okay, so we're talking. Oh, okay. This is a thing. Classical history. Is there's a lot of we call it classical history. We're talking like Greeks, Romans, Persians, all that sort of stuff, because of the identity of Europe being tied to them, sort of thing. That's also what we teach about Egypt, because Egypt ended up influencing Greece. Not Persia so much, though, even though Persia probably influenced Greece more. Or maybe it was just... Anyway, whatever. But it is quite a lot of history of roads. It is quite a lot of history of roads, actually. So that's interesting. Anyway, back to the game. We thoroughly embarrassed Taki, I assume. Now, do we remember how to do this? I think we added water. Oh, cool. Oh, we actually have the water animations this time, because we don't always seem to get those in this game for some reason. We gotta wait, hang on. Let me back out of this. Let me back out, because I just remembered I don't want it to consume all my ingredients. So I'm gonna save with a... Where is it? Saviour Schnapp. Do I not have a Saviour Schnapps? Oh, there I do. Oh, thank goodness. Right. That's the game saved. Hello, Master Nan. We're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, although I've been criticizing it a lot. Okay, so we've saved, so if it fucks up all our ingredients, it'll be fine. Right. Step 1. Water in cauldron. There we go. That's a lot more water in the cauldron than was in that pot. Considering it doesn't have to be refilled and it's just mysteriously filled. You know, that's whatever. Right, inventory. Nettle. Select. I'm a little scared. Marigold. Select. We'll just leave that for now. So we're gonna put some nettles in. Here's some nettles. And as far as away, we just put them in the cauldron. Heat up the fire. Q is bellows. Oh, I pull a thing. Yeah, bellows it up. Okay, and then flip the sandglass. This is fun, actually. Like I say, just because Daniel Vargas is a big racist and shithead doesn't mean that everybody working was. Okay, fuck. I've got to, shit, I've got to do something. I've got to, put it in a file? Wait, no, this is just nettles. This is just nettles. Put it back. Put it back. Cancel. I think we put Marigold in now. Put Marigold in. And then we just exit it with a file? I think that's how it was. This will complete the potion, it says. This kills the crab. What is going on with those that water there? Potion brewing has failed, all ingredients are lost. Okay, good. We still do have our nettles and our marigolds. Because it did seem like last time we lost every single one. But I do just need to double check. How many do we have? Okay, we got loads. Okay, good. It didn't destroy them. Fantastic. I did fail to make that potion though. Excuse me. Water to the cauldron, nettle to the cauldron, boil for 1 turn, allow to cool fully, add 2 handfuls of marigold, collect using files. So it failed because it was too weak? Just like me. I am not weak actually, and I don't just mean like emotionally. I mean like physically. I'm freakishly strong. And I, as a party trick on Saturday, was picking people's chairs up whilst they were in them, even if the chair was very heavy. It wasn't like over my head. It was just kind of like a lift or whatever. And everyone was like, "Oh, I'm very gay now," and I was like, "Yes, fantastic." Hi, Night Siege. We briefly were talking about Marco Polo, and how I'm coming onto your way of thinking that I think that Marco Polo hired a lot of people to work under him, and they probably did a lot of the things that he claimed to do, because he's got loads of brothers, and I assume they're all merchants, so they got people working for them. Is basically what we were saying. I can't remember if we were saying anything else about Marco Polo. We must have been talking about the Silk Road. But I'm trying to figure out how to do this potion correctly. Right. So, step 1, get nettle. Now, do we have to put mortar and pestle them? Because it doesn't say that. Do we just put leaves, or are we just essentially making a tea, I think? Frequency strong. I mean, that's kind of what I realized. I was like, listen, I'm trans, I'm a little bit taller than people, I'm definitely broader than people, I'm stronger than some people, I could probably use this to my advantage, I could probably flirt with some people with this. I would love to pick up some people and have them go, ah, like in a good way. I think that would be fun. I'm into this idea. Right, so we put nettles in. We turn up the bellows. We flip the hourglass. Anyone got me to sing yet? I'm not so confident about singing. I can't. Oh, you mean the channel points thing? So I have a new favorite song, basically. Right, we wait for this to cool. Does that count as cooled? Altria's tribute promise to swoon. Yeah, we'll do a little lifting. We'll just I did do a thing the other day without even thinking about it, where I grabbed both of those parts of someone's like shirt, and I was like, oh, this might be a bit strong. It was funny in context, it made sense, but I was also like, oh, I probably need to see if they're okay with that before doing that. You're about 20 kilos shy. Is that a lot? It doesn't seem like a lot. Don't like pets weigh that much. I don't really know kilos very well. I know stones kind of, but now I also don't, because honest, weighing people doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's such a mess, especially because we've got so many different versions. I don't actually know. I never did any like bench pressing stuff or anything like that, because I didn't want to become stronger than I already was. I was like, no, it's enough. I have enough muscles. I don't need to do any. So I don't know what my like, you know, like, oh, I can press X amount or something. Also, I don't want to break my back. I know that there's loads of safety in situations like that, but I just feel like I would. 1 stone is roughly 6.5 kilograms to 20 kilograms of free stone. Yeah, I did think that was the weight of like a baby or a cat or something. So in that I would just bundle you up. Then it would just be easy. I just feel like I could put you on my shoulder. 3 stones is nothing. Right, so I think we're just jamming marigold into this now. Marigold. Then another marigold. I think a baby is 20 kilograms. Maybe. See, this is how little I know about this. I'm feeling like maybe that's wrong. Hang on, how much? I know my weight has changed. How much do I weigh? Sorry if people don't like weight talk, because I also agree, but I'm just curious. So I'm like close to 20 stone. So yeah, I do think a baby is 3 stone. Given that I used to weigh a bit more than that as well fairly recently. This will complete the potion, yes. Did it complete the potion? You've discovered new recipe. You've discovered new recipe steps. You brewed marigold decoction. Amazing. Okay, we did it. Right, let's do this. Let's do this a few more times. Water. Nettle, marigold. Put the nettle in the water that's misty for some reason. Pull the bellows. Flip the sandglass. Even though it, to be honest, it seems like the fire goes out after one sandglass anyway. Don't set on birthing a freestyle baby. Tagi, babies are babies until they're like 2, right? And then they become a toddler. Right? That's how that works, right? I've never had children. I looked after children, but that was a long time ago. And they weren't necessarily babies either. Wait, I forgot. Hang on, I forgot a step. We need to put marigold in. Put the file back. Oh, yeah, there we go. Escape did that. I mean, like a newborn. What's the age where children don't want to be called baby anymore? It's like 3 or something. They're like, don't call me a baby. But then sometimes children also have a stage where they're like, they want to go back to being called a baby because the world is like horrifying to them as they learn, you know, it's not about being a baby all the time anymore. I guess, I don't know. You were 20 pounds. Newborns are less than 10 pounds. It's 5 kicks, so it's 1 stone. Yeah, okay, so it wouldn't take long for a baby to become 3 stone then, right? Triple its weight. Grow like 1 pound a year? Really? So it would take 20 years. Okay. I may have gotten some steps wrong there. 20 years. Okay, so a 6-year-old is 20 kilograms. Okay. Okay, that's what I thought. That's extremely light. I can't remember if I did the marigolds or not. I think I maybe put 1 set of marigold in, but I don't remember. So I'm just gonna take it's a 50-50 chance because I don't remember. Yeah, I did it right! Oh, amazing. And we leveled up. Do we get anything from that? Oh, hang on. I have to exit out first. That's the wrong button. I meant to press this button. Ooh, let's have a Henry's done well. We're gonna reward him with a snack. Gonna have bacon in a bread roll. Oh, he's stuffed, never mind. He took the bacon out of the bread roll and was like, oh, I couldn't have any more. How much bacon could it possibly have been? You walked up a hill to get here. Henry. Why did I back out? What was the reason for that? Oh, I wanted to check the perks. That was it. I wanted to see... because his herbalism is 20. Which you think you would be better at alchemy if your herbalism was that high. But, for children babies, it really varies on diet. Some babies are more than 10 lb pounds. 10? Oh, hence, being birthed, it depends on the diet of the mother. Children can definitely gain more than 1 pound a year, otherwise it would only be 20 pounds. Yeah, well, that's basically what I said. Incorrectly. There's a whole thing. It's something like before being born, they expand by percentage in such a rapid way, and I think they grow slowly when they're like a newborn, and then I think they start growing quite fast when they're a toddler, which is also why toddlers are upset a lot. I mean, they have growing pains throughout. It's just I think when they're in toddlers, it's like they're getting like teeth or stuff, or maybe teeth is later than that, but all sorts of painful things happening, and then I want to say they grow steadily until they get to like puberty, and then they start growing really fast again. So also teenagers also in pain generally. And then And then I guess he sort of, I don't know. There's some growing, depending on people. For some people, it stopped. Like height stopped for me quite quickly, which was kind of a surprise. Although that may have been because I was underweight at the time, like quite severely. I think that's, otherwise I would be like 6 foot. And it's weird actually, because everybody likes tall women now. So like I'm almost not dysphoric about height, and I'm like, oh, what if I was 6 foot? But then I don't know. Maybe it's good. So I'm 5'8". And I was fully expecting to be 6'2", like my father. I think my little sister is the same height as me though. I don't think she was ever underweight, so maybe it was just genetic, I guess. But I feel like I think my older sister might be taller than me, or I might be taller than them by like 2 inches. So I don't know. It's up to 5'4". So we're only 4 inches different. Although honestly, when you look at someone 4 inches different, it is quite drastic. You are 6'7". You thought you were 6'3". You said 10 times 6'2". Not 6'2", you're 6'7". 6'7" would be considered quite tall, to the point where I almost don't believe you. But anyone could be any height, I guess. There's no reason why you wouldn't be 6'7". But that it does seem quite tall to me. Mum was 6 foot, dad was 6'2". I think my mum was 5 foot, so that's probably why I'm 5'8" and not 6 foot. But I'm not 5 foot either, so I guess I got 8 inches. How many inches are in their foot? Is it like 12, 14 or something? Russian parents. Yeah, biological Russian parents. Alchemy, there we go. Drinking's also a skill in this game. I didn't realize that. Salted and smoking. Kyoto cooked food in your entry will spoil slowly. Healing potions will heal you. There's healing potions? Potions fill you up 30% less, which means you can drink more of them more often. When brewing, you can make 1 extra mistake without affecting the result. That's incredible. Because then I could just, presumably, couldn't I just put 1 marigold in? Or would it not work like that? Or would it be like I could put 3 marigold in and it would still be fine? 12 inches in a foot. Okay, so I got... I can't believe I was about to say, so I got 8 inches from my dad. Because that's terrifying. Genetically, in height, is what I meant. Or my mother reduced me by 6 inches. But that's also terrible. That also sounds really terrible. And I'm sorry you all had to hear that. 12 inches in the foot. That was very good, Channel 13. Thank you so much. That's one of the best uses of that I've ever heard. Fantastic job. I don't think I see your name before, so hello, unless you're someone that changed your name, in which case Channel 13 seems a decent username. You measured literally Friday for a follow-up sleep study. Measured you 195 centimeters and brute force converted, so maybe you misconverted. No, because isn't that not, wouldn't that be 6'1"? You used to be Mr. Normal. Ah, okay. That explains why you're so funny. It's good to see you. Channel 13. Is that like a rebranding sort of thing? 195 centimeters in feet. Why do we want to do this? It's doing 1 centimeter. 195 centimeters. It's 6'3". You are 6'3". You would know if you were 6'7", because you would not be. You would struggle in a lot of doors, height wise. Still, 6'3" is still considered tall. Yeah, how tall did you think everyone else was? Yeah, so we're playing. I mean, it's been a bit of a ridiculous one, but we're playing Kingdom Come Deliverance, and I'm trying to learn how to do the alchemy. I'm just looking at some of these perks. Poison applied to weapon will remain on the blade longer. Poisoning weapons is a weird system. It was hard to have enough poisons and remember to do them in Skyrim. So the gameplay of that was kind of weird. News didn't make sense. I was so confused. I didn't even notice 195. Because I want to say I'm like 180 centimeters, maybe. Let me actually. I don't know why we're doing this height thing, but let's go again. How many is 180 centimeters? Is that right? That's 5'9". I actually might be shorter than that then. So you're like 15, 16, 17, maybe centimeters taller than me. That's a fair amount taller. I could still probably lift you though. Snake oil salesman. Potions you brew yourself are for 20% higher selling price. That's interesting. When you successfully brew a potion, you get 1 extra. It doesn't apply to auto brew. What is auto brew? Routine 1. You can now auto brew potions you've brewed once before, but you can only brew 1. Auto brewing will produce 3 potions for the price of 1. Holy shit! But that's level 13. Can we get to level 13? Let's try and speedrun this now. Get the ingredients. No, marigold. Water. News didn't make sense. I was so confused. See, the thing I was dubious about was not the maths, because I couldn't figure that part out, because I'm essentially incapable of that. It was just that not that many people are tall, and I was like, this seems like not like a lie. You can just be wrong. It doesn't have to be lying. No one on Twitter knows about this, by the way. Someone please tell them. Someone could be wrong. It doesn't mean they're evil or lying. 195 centimeters is 6 foot and 38% of a foot. So it's 6'3" something is what I saw when I typed it into a calculator. Right, that's cooled down, I think. We add marigolds. It's making me really thirsty, this. Because we're boiling water. Just so thirsty for the flavor of boiled water. Have I ever in my life directly touched my tongue on boiled water? I don't think I have. I think my fleshy skin has had like a tiny drop, and it's been like being stabbed in the arm. I think I haven't, thankfully enough. No, I would remember, because it would burn me so much I would die, I think. There we go. Was that both of the marigolds? I don't remember. I was too busy talking about drinking boiling water. Something that I think if people really knew me, I think they would believe that I had done that at some point. Did I do it right? I did it right. Amazing. Let's go again. Speak metric, not imperial. The confusion, so I seem to be using Google correctly. Aren't you a Canadian? Don't you have a horrible mix of the both? Don't you use like the British things that we imposed on you? I know America's even worse for that, but that's just because politically Americans don't believe that they can ever do anything wrong. So they would never change a measuring system, because that would be like admitting they didn't have like a perfect country or something. This is a huge generalization. Right, sandglass. We do lineal metric, which drives everyone around me nuts. Okay, so it's not my fault. Although, I mean, I guess it is like deep down culturally my fault for being British. I'll accept that. It's a me issue. They use Celsius in Canada. That's always nice. To come across someone else using Celsius. When you speak to so many this is so bad. This is like so colonialist. I'm like, I'm so glad that the Canadians speak like we do, the superior Britons. You know, unlike those American Yanks. They left us so quickly. That's essentially me. That's exactly what I'm doing. Yeah, I have a few Canadians. Canadians and Scousers seem to be the two mix of people that this channel keeps persistently getting for some reason. I think it does go Britain, America, Canada, Germany maybe, or Sweden or something on the analytics and stuff. But yeah, no, for some reason, really big in Liverpool and really big in Canada. Well, not really, because Canada's a big place, so like, if you get 3 people in like Brighton and then you get 3 people in an entire continent, which Canada is basically an entire continent. Nels. Yankee bashing is fun. See, the thing is, it's like, I think I can criticize like American sort of like cultural imperialism or whatever on Britain, but a lot of the like other conversations about like who's superior in colonialism and stuff, I feel like it's slightly punching down in a lot of circumstances. So I can do some American criticisms, but I there's other ones that like I'm like I don't know that I can do that necessarily. And I think also there definitely is a tendency to just be like, America's inferior. Well, I'm going to talk about all of American things that are bad in America, and that because it's almost like defensively comforting to yourself, and like, unlike me in Britain, I don't think Britain's better at anything. I could just go, less guns, but again, that's Britain's fault that America has loads of guns. Also, Britain is making a lot of these guns. So like that, I can't, I don't think in good faith I could then criticize that and say, oh, well, America. Unless I say it, unless I also say the other part of it, the other responsibility. Yeah, I was gonna say Mr. Normal, but Channel 13's music stuff has been really cool. I really enjoyed it. Last I saw, I don't know if you stream late now that I actually sleep at night. But there was lots of cool experimental stuff. Every time someone tries to defend Fahrenheit, ask them what temperature is water freeze, and they get quiet. To be honest, that's never worked on me actually. Every time I've done that, they're like, it's just 27481.0 Fahrenheit. It's just this Kelvin or whatever. Even do it themselves sometimes. Well, that's different. They're supposed to. They have to, because no one else will know. Yankee, that's such a weird old term. That reminds me of how this old guy that I wasn't just him that I was staying with, it was the whole family. This old guy that I was staying with in Canada was constantly like angry about what he said frogs, meaning the French Canadians, and I was like, this is not good. Yeah, maybe they're also racist and colonialist and stuff like that, but this doesn't seem right. Like so like hearing Canadians say Yankee, like Yankees and frogs, I'm like, come on, grow up. They are also people. Freezes at 30 degrees F, so obviously 0 degrees C. What's boiling in Fahrenheit? Because boiling in Celsius is 100. But then also that's not strictly speaking true, because that depends on the air pressure and how far away you are from sea level. So you probably don't have to get. Sorry, Tagi just called me a limey. I'm sorry to all the other countries' navies that were voluntarily getting scurvy. I'm so sorry that we love to eat limes. I do love to eat limes, so that one doesn't even work. What would be something to call Britain that would actually be? I don't know, because in terms of like white supremacy and all the like oppressive systems of the world, British people are put on top of that, right? That's why we're such bad tourists, because we think we're the superior race of the planet, despite looking like Gollum. Generally, I would say that collectively as British people, we kind of look like Gollum. So, like, what kind of leg do we have to stand on with that? 4 of them, apparently. What food can we slander the Brits of today? So, here's the thing, right? I do think it's very funny when people go, oh, do you say YouTube and have mushy peas? And I think it's funny how aggressively defensive English British people get. If you wanted to if you want to really criticize, you'd say something like the Suez Canal, but nobody fucking knows about the Suez Canal because it's hidden from history. But that was pretty embarrassing. But the thing about mushy peas is it is actually hard to it is actually hard to make. Taki said something in French, and Automod has said held a message for reason, race, ethnicity, or religion. Le roast beef. Is hang on. But you said roast beef. You said roast beef with an asterisk. It was fine. But when Taki put a Lee in front of it, Automod is like, this is racist. Is it racist to British people? A thing that is not possible, except for, I suppose, based on ethnicity or whatever. But like in terms of as a nation, is that really? I'm going to allow it unless it turns out there's some other reason. But that's really funny to think of the things I've seen people say and do on Twitch, and yet my Automod, which is set pretty low, I think, is like, oh, you can't be mean to British people. You can't be mean to English people and their roast beef. I hate beef. I don't know why everyone is trying to get me to eat beef all the time, but like, I hate it. It's like trying to eat a Wellington. It's like trying to eat a Wellington. Did you know Lord Wellington, named after the Wellington? Let's the other way around. Stream's fucked. It's about time Taki got shut down. They came for Christ as well. I don't. Beef is class. They make us call it Beef Wellington. Of course they did. They make that it's called a Beef Wellington. Sorry, I know I read that twice, but I just genuinely was like, I can't even insult beef without it being true about beef. Beef is that bad. What was also funny this when I went to Canada is they were like, how do you like your meat? You Brits like it like really well done, and I was like, I don't know what you're talking about. Because genuinely, we just give meat, and if it's a fancy place, I think they do it medium rare, but that's like an automatic thing. I had never ever had an opportunity to choose the wellness of my meat in my life, and I immediately realized that upon the conversation, and it was very funny to me. I was like, what do you mean there's different ways that meat can be presented? What? I think I knew that, like, deep down. Turn my water into wine and I'll shut up. I was showing my partner the first song in Jesus Christ Superstar because they told me this incredible story that their school, when they were like a young child, like 10 or whatever, did Jesus Christ Superstar as a play, and I went, no you fucking didn't, what do you mean? So I opened, because of Marcus Keeley showing it like every weekend, I opened the first song that Judas has where he's like, please, like he's really fucking doing it. And I was like, you telling me you had a 10-year-old sing this? You telling me a shrimp fried this rice? It turned out no, they didn't do that one. They just did some of the easy ones. Or I'm going to ask them about it again because I suspect what actually happened is they sang as the Jesus Christ Superstar and just that, and then a bunch of other religious stuff. A lot of primary school is about forcing people to be Christian. A lot of secondary school involved people shredding up Bibles when we were given them at school, because it was like we all collectively recognized that something wrong had happened here. They were like, fuck this, burn it, eat it, cut it into pieces. I've never been so proud of a bunch of teenagers. Because they're not, I don't think, even legally supposed to do that. What would Taki do? Remember going on holiday to France and realizing your mom's insistence on, well done beef was an error? So, what I'm learning here is le roast beef that French people are apparently calling us is entirely justified, because your mother went on holiday to France to eat well done beef. Like, oh, I'm sorry, I need some well done beef or I can't stay in your country. Are you shitting me? That's so funny. That's so funny. That is so funny. Is that when you learned le roast beef? Where they were like, we got some le roast beefs here. They demand we speak English. They want the beef ruined. They want it absolutely ruined. They want it dry, like the chicken. To be fair, I think French people also have dry chicken, so that's like a Western European thing for some reason. Chicken, a meat that is very good at holding moisture, has been used by people to survive in environments where they did not have access to proper water. We decided to eat it fucking dried out, and I'm like, is this like a privilege thing? We have so much water, we can have dry chicken. It probably fucking is, you know. Right, have we completed this potion? Have we done this correctly? Eating well done beef is a power political. Yeah, maybe it is. Right, what level is our alchemy now? Can't actually see it unless we exit out. To be fair, I'm not making them very quickly. But we do have a perk point. We can drink a bunch of potions. Our food spoils more slowly. I really want to get trial and error. Minimum level 5. And I'm level 3. Okay. More concoctions. It's probably a shit. We have too much water. We have to dehydrate our chicken. It's even worse. It's not a boast. We live in such absolute fucking luxury and success as the 1% of the world. That we're flooded. We're flooded with drinkable water. Like every day, dams are bursting everywhere. Literally, I remember in school. This is so funny. We learned about like a dam breaking, and we had to write about what the person was thinking when the last moments when the dam broke. That was something that we did in school, and I remember writing something like, oh, it was so scary when the exact amount of water flowed through my house. And I got told off for that, and they were like, I don't think they would know how much water it is. But I should have been like, we're writing the last moments. You don't know what people think. You know, maybe people do. Isn't that more horrifying to know the exact amount of the thing that's killing you? We're assuming that we can speak to the dead in this literature assignment, actually. Your mum framed it as I don't like the blood, and I thought, yeah, blood is probably bad. Then French people ignored order notes and gave us rare medium beef, and it was just so much better. It blew your mind and certainties of lifetime mistrust your mother's opinion. I hope that your mother also was like, wait, this is actually good. I really hope that. Honestly, bravo to them for not giving you well done beef in France. I think this potion's done now. How are you finding the monitor? You have the 27-inch version. Is the 27-inch version cheaper? You don't have to talk about the price if you don't want to, I guess. But yeah. How much would 27? That'd be like 1, 2. Honestly, maybe I should have got the 27-inch one. This one is so big. It still slightly intimidates me. No, not now. It's the same. It costs you £270. I have a weird feeling like these were going out of stock because I was finding it hard to find it in places. I couldn't find it in Argos, but I did buy it on eBay, which was basically through Argos. The website that I initially tried to buy it from, eBuyer, said it was in stock, but then I couldn't buy it. So maybe that's what happened. That sucks. Because also with stuff like that, you know it's intentional. Like, let it run out. But then also, who the like, is it maybe an impractical size? Do I actually feel bad? Do I feel like I'm living a world of excess? Like, are my walls gonna break down and like hundreds of fucking 32-inch monitors are gonna 600,000 32-inch monitors are gonna crush my lifeless body? Had yours for 2 years and it was £320. Oh, as in the same one but 27. Oh, okay. So presumably because time has passed since then, it's cheaper to get a bigger one. But then what's the more expensive? I did see some more expensive monitors. Price of monitors varies so wildly, right? Like there's there's ones that honestly aren't that much better, but they have something about them that's beefed up. That's, you know, like there were monitors that were like 2,000, like 20,000, and I think that the justification was they were for like the most advanced graphical artists. And I don't know. I mean, there is kind of this whole thing of oh, I should do digital art on this. Anyway, there is kind of this thing of like, you know, you're never gonna get things show up the same color in digital art. It's why my the color of my skin does not quite match the little digital logo that I made for my channel, because I used it on a different monitor that I have to make things brighter so that I can see. So I messed that up, but maybe I can change it because now I have this one. But what if it turns up a different color? You know, like it's hard to know. OLED can be a lot of money. What does OLED stand for? Old LED. Omega LED. And then what does LED stand for? Light emitting diode, I think. Organic LED. Like a jellyfish? What is it? What? I'm gonna need that one explained. Excuse me. Turn the sunglass. Take the marigold. I mean, I know we used to have liquid crystal. And that stuff was great, but obviously not really for like a computer monitor. Why did I say community? I kind of mashed those words together there. Organic. Like, was it like reared on a farm in a very particular way? That I remember seeing something that was like supposedly the extra effort to make something organic is ultimately as polluting as not organic. But now that I think about that, that may have been incorrect propaganda. To say, you know, like some fucker like Kurt Scott, like, should we really be trying to not use oil and coal and nuclear energy? For some reason, we've just been paid a bunch of money, and we think coal is great. These things are unconnected. You know what? It might have been a fucking Kurt Scott video now that I think about it. It might have been a fucking Kurt Scott video. Why try anything? Just abandon the planet. We'll all be living on Mars soon. That's what it was like. I'm starting to realize how dark that stuff is. Elon Musk watching the video, furiously masturbating. Three people explaining monotech while I'm branding jizz. Liquid Crystal's a good name for cum if you're looking for a classy rebrand. You know, have you ever just sat there and you're like, oh, I wish I could rebrand cum. Has anyone ever thought? I had a moment there. Right, anyway. An organic light emitting diode known as organic electroluminescent diodes, okay, is a light emitting diode in which the emissive electroluminescent layer is a film of organic compound that emits light in response to electric current. It does sound weird. It sounds cool. A weird semiconductor distinction. If the material has a certain type of atomic bond in its pi bonds, it's called organic? What? You never knew Taki is the PR guy for cum? I mean, Taki is maybe like the PR guy for Roscoe, who's like the cum guy, so... yeah. I forgot what I did to this cauldron. I think we put nettles in it, right? Did we heat it? I'm gonna heat it. Oh shit, I think I finished... Never mind, whatever. We're just gonna assume that that's what happened. I think I did actually put marigolds in it, but I was too busy, like, talking to... telling off Taki for doing Taki things. I think this is going to end up being like a double strength shitty marigold concoction, I think is what's happening here. Roscoe Taki, the cum guys. Yeah, basically. Right, I think this is done. Or I failed. Place your bets, but don't actually, because fuck that. In this channel, we get our channel points honestly, and also for being a sub. Hey, I did it. Okay, I didn't mess it up. Fantastic. Or giving bits. Bits can also give you channel points, and it seems like it does it every single time. Which I don't know. That seems weird because not that every channel is like this, but there's one where with bits you could get a free game, and I'm like, well, with channel points you could get a free game. So in theory you could just put a bunch of bits and then get all the
True
games.
hydration takes days.
I'm glad I made that longer because it gives me more time to drink it. Although actually I do need more water, so let me brew this first. And then get actual real water in real life. Because I'm very thirsty today. It was, I mean, it's been a lot warmer and drier. If you mean to ask how do you make that work, there's a program, well, it's more like a browser page called Triggerfire, and you can tell it when certain channel point things happen if they've got the exact same name to initiate something, and that could be an image, a sound, a video. Triggerfire is super inconsistent. And it seems like it gets overwhelmed a lot by the number of people using it. There's other things that do this. Twitch also has its own built-in one, which I've not checked yet. It did take me a lot of trial and error because I'm not really super technically minded. I tend to get very stressed the more something is, you know, an equation or a form. But then also, you know, I think just probably the trauma of being in secondary school, and then the whole point is to get to your GCSEs, I think collectively makes anything that's like a form or an exam the most stressful thing ever, right? Because it's like all of the suffering that you endured was for these fucking pieces of paper. And when I said fucking there, I got so angry that I got scared because I was holding a glass cup, and I went, don't get that angry holding glass. Sorry, if you don't know, the schooling system was very bad for me, especially secondary school. I'm gonna be right back and get some water, which is why I was touching the glass, and I'm not this angry, so it's gonna be fine. Promise I just don't go around smashing stuff. Be right back. What's that? Everyone's getting inspired by the BRB screen? Why, thank you. It's not as good as this one! Ah! It's what I deserve. Hi, everybody. Taki. I knew you'd do this. I knew you would do this. I knew this would happen. Taki. I need more chat space. I can't read everything that's happening on screen. I know I did just get a second monitor, so you'd think I would have, if anything, more space. Damn it. Sorry, OBS is trying to put things in places I don't want them to. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! No! Fuck! I put the... Hang on. Sorry. You can't see what's going on, but I show you it's pandemonium. Right. Okay, there we go. This is what being in hell does. You doesn't deserve fire. But like, if if I don't go to hell, how will I get queer sex in the afterlife? Because apparently everyone will be there. I can't want to be in heaven. I bet they don't even lick hole. Sorry. So yeah, it's kind of crass. I am back. Warner Brothers. I was in Welcome Back. Fuck Warner Brothers, by the way. That company has done so much media fucking destruction, and they already weren't a great company anyway. Who is the main dead guy gay you have your eye on? I mean, honestly, I don't know our history that well. I think is how I would say. I don't remember who. Probably one of the poets, right? Because they seem to be pretty into it. And you may say which poet? Any of them, because there are no straight poets. There really aren't. At least not historical poets. Maybe some guy who's writing about Star-Lord in his basement. Ezra Pound? Who's Ezra Pound? I'm sorry. I don't know. I'm gonna look them up. Ezra Pound. Taking you to the Pound Town. A collaborator in fascist Italy and the Sala Republic during World War II. Don't take me to Pound Town then. Unless it's to strangle them to death. They are physically attractive. I will say that based on the picture I saw. But then many horrible people are. In fact, I would say there's probably more horrible people who are attractive than there are not. I'm not horrible. I'm so not horrible, I promise. Why do you have fascist poets so quickly on hand, Taki? Although maybe I should, so I don't get tripped up by that. Should know who to not read. Rock Hudson. Let's have a look at him. I should probably be showing my screen when I keep looking at all these images of poets. Rock Hudson was an American actor. He died of AIDS. Oh wait, did he die of AIDS? AIDS-related illness. It became one of the first celebrities to diagnose AIDS. I mean, it discloses AIDS. Personal life. Sexual past. Okay, so yeah, he's gay. Oh, okay, LGBT, and I see a green link. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's very unfortunate, but like, it's not just gay people that got AIDS, and it's not just gay people that spread AIDS. I actually think AIDS was intentionally spread to queer people, and certainly they were intentionally withheld from medication, because it's very interesting at the same time. There's lots of other things happening to communities, particularly within America under Reagan. Suddenly seems to be a lot of access to certain things in certain ways. So I wouldn't fucking put it out of my mind, even if it wasn't Reagan. It did seem like people were trying to commit some genocides at that time, secretly. Or sometimes not secretly. Sometimes very much talking about it as they do it. Not a great picture of him. He never really came out. No, I imagine that would be difficult. I really see. I don't learn a lot of queer history. I mean, I know some stuff, but it's hard to get into a lot of the nitty gritty stuff because it's like it's already suicidally difficult now. I don't know anybody who is a trans woman who is 30. I know zero. I know some people who are older and they seem very rocky. There's nobody who is my age. That's kind of scary. So that's how bad it is, okay? And then I learn about stuff in the past being worse. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's really, really, really hard. Because it's almost like, oh, you should be grateful that you're not being, like, killed in a fucking riot or whatever. Did I level up enough to get a perk? So there's a lot of stuff. I don't know. I read stuff, but I kind of dip in and out a little bit. There was a book I was reading that I had to give back, and I need to go see if I can check it out at the library, called Redressing America's Frontier Past. And like one chapter in I was crying of sadness and happiness at the same time. It's really hard. But the thing is, it's useful for me to know this history because I can teach it to other people, including cis people who maybe don't intend to be horrible, but they'll say something and then I can say, I know where that comes from, or I know what the intention was behind that, and maybe change their perspective or something. And I think also, like, learning history is one of the best things you can do for freeing yourself from all of the sort of oppressive systems that exist, because you're able to think outside of it, because you're able to recognize it as being like a construction, you know, like you're able to think outside of the state's whims. Britain is very interested in not teaching history to people. Very interested, because Britain's history is awful. It may be the worst, inconsistently the worst. We have and are still doing unconscionable things to the planet and its people and all of its creatures all of the time. Still, we're not nicer or more enlightened. We're just as nasty. But if you learn about history, you're able to see outside of that. Dare I say, become a better person. Even it doesn't automatically make that happen, but I think it does go a long way. It's important to recognize that we've come a long way, have a long way to go. I don't want it to be a long way to go. I want this to be the absolute forefront of us changing everybody's minds on it. I don't know. Sorry, I got really quiet there. I don't want it to be a long way to go. But then I get that's not what you're saying. But it just, if I know that it's a long way to go, does that make me fight harder? I guess. Oh, I was supposed to take this perk, wasn't I? Trial and error, fantastic. Learn that. Can we learn it? Yeah, there we go. We learned it. We could get another one. Poison applied to a weapon. I mean, I want to put it on arrows. So is that gonna work on a bow, or should I save my perk? It's minimum level 10. Okay, let's get Venomous Blade then. On the assumption that it will work on arrows. So we're getting there. Shouldn't be a long way. We should be far ahead. For some reason, trying to slow it down for some reason. I feel like we're doing a lot. And it's weird to use Barbie as the example, but the fact that like a trans woman was just able to exist as a character, it did get banned in several countries, including Saudi Arabia, for this reason. Although also maybe for other reasons, but I think primarily for this reason. So, you know. But then there will be people in Saudi Arabia who intentionally watch banned films, right? There will be cool people there. I would love to meet a Saudi Arabian anarchist. I think they're probably very interesting. So that feels almost, it's not even like that feels like a turning point or anything, but like there's really something in that. And I think that's maybe the point, right? We're supposed to be inspired by that and go, oh, and to see ourselves as being accepted and almost like normal, I guess. We're supposed to see that. We're supposed to take heart from that. Maybe I need to make a big fucking film that's just got a bunch of trans people in it, and it's just great. Just to, because that was like, I remember hearing that was like the thing with Star Trek. That was almost like the point. Like, even in Next Generation, doing things that would like, oh, but we all get upset about this now. Like, there was something about men being allowed to see the birth of their children was like a thing that wasn't allowed to happen for whatever reason. So like, I think a father in Star Trek did get invited to see their child, and it was just like no problem. And they were like, wow, so futuristic and progressive. I'm just like, huh? What? This is a non-thing to me, I assume. Who Died Passed Away is very interested in the history of Native Americans and their story. Yes, I can recommend a good channel for that, actually. Whoever. I've not raided before, actually, because I think they only have approved people to raid. But this is literally a Native American, a Sao person, a person of the culture Sao, who links and shows all sorts of stuff like videos made by Native Americans, mostly music. I think there's an element of a sort of it's like a bit of a digital version of a cultural practice already to sort of share things and share stories and stuff like that. And then they've also put me onto other Native American streamers. I very strongly recommend on any of your social media intentionally seeking out indigenous voices of not just places that your culture is affected, as many as you can. Don't just follow Sami people, but do follow Sami people, but don't just do that. Like as many different opinions as you can get, particularly of people who have very little rights, because they will tell you some of the most interesting things about your society that you did not know, that will change your perspective and help you think, and also help you live a better life just generally. Oh, I think I'm already holding Marigold. Oh, pick up Marigold. What have I done? Why can't I use anything? It's weird. I think tabbing out has maybe broken the game a little bit. Pick up Marigold. Fine, let's just put it in a file. It's gonna tell me I've done it wrong, but like at least I can actually use it. Got given all his books and there's a lot to pick up from. You pick one every now and again. It makes me sad. Both their story and it reminds me of your dad now. I think my parents had a bunch of like very like colonizer books in the library. I know they were my dad's, and I think he had them for a long time. So I don't know if he'd like read them since we were born. But like I had a brief look at them, and even the language was like quite unfortunate. It was like, this guy's just going around exploring America and Canada, and fictionally as well, not even a real story. So that reminds me of my dad in a backwards way. It is interesting actually, because it's interesting. It's chilling actually to think, like, as much as my parents talked about being progressive and treating everyone well and stuff like that, they never really got like critically into what that actually means. Because literally I remember when I was like 5 or 6, they made like a Native American costume, I think was designed for my sister. Now the reason that I remember this is because it was just basically a pillowcase, and somehow I ended up with a pillowcase, and I put it on and I went, this kind of feels like a dress. It would be nice to dress like this. Anyway, this is shameful. I'm putting this away forever. Completely oblivious to the racial unfortunateness of that. But essentially, I don't know. there's all sorts of weird things into that, because Native Americans didn't have issues with gender. They openly accepted and understood the diversity of the possibility of stuff like that. Colonialism was something that took that away from them, and often was depicting them as being embarrassing for like not having Western clothes and stuff like that. So it is weird then that, like, you know, I'm wearing this costume that's meant to represent Native Americans. There's something inherently genderless about it, and because of that racism, even, oh god, it's so weird. It's really unfortunate. Loads of things about being British are like that. But you have to, in order to become a good person, I think. Not to say people are good or bad, but in order to be a good person, you have to be able to accept, you know, that there was bad stuff, there was unfortunate stuff, and like even in some ways, your kind of responsibility of that, and responsibility to sort of learn outside of that. But Tumblr initially, I feel like it was like Black Lives Matter was really big, and a lot of people were saying, you know, change your social media habits to see voices that you wouldn't normally see, and they weren't just saying for black activists, they were saying like for everybody. So I ended up seeing like loads more opinion, like intentionally trying to find more opinions. And the thing is, this is something you have to upkeep as well, because those accounts will disappear, that information will disappear. Mysteriously, there'll be some justification for deleting that person's account or whatever mysteriously. Or they'll just be targeted by fascists, and they'll, you know, be bullied into deleting their accounts or stuff or whatever. So it is something you have to very actively do. But like, the amount that my perspective was changed so much, like, and there were even things where like, oh, I suspected this is wrong, but I never had anybody from that perspective to kind of explain to me why. That I genuinely, I'm a better person because of other people's efforts to educate, I suppose. You can get into a weird thing with that though, because if you just start saying better educated people are better people, which is something that middle class people do quite a lot, because they tend to be quite well educated. Education, like wealth and information, are things that are withheld from people in lower classes, right? To keep them in lower classes. So that I do hate seeing this thing where middle class people are like, oh, poor people are all idiots and stuff, and it's like, you're just making fun of them for being poor. And also, like, it's not like a stuck thing necessarily. It's not like they can't learn things. It sucks. I feel like a lot of what's considered socialism at the moment is just being middle class. So it doesn't really get into the sort of like the nooks and crannies of like why things are unequal. It just is like, it doesn't even necessarily inequality is bad, because loads of like, I mean, I guess it would be bad socialists, right? But like socialist or socialist adjacent people who are like, no, it's good if you earn your money, or like, that's also I mean, that goes all the way to communism, is like, well, everybody should work. It's like, well, but some people can't. We need everyone to get the opportunity to have a job, and it's like, we need the opportunity for everyone to survive. Having a job is not necessarily the same as that. We're making this potion here. I can't remember what marigold decoctions actually do. I think they might just be marigold juice. I mean, I think it did say it was a tea actually. Did we do it? Did we drink it? Fantastic. Right. We got another level. We're level 6. What do we want to get? What's the next thing? Bundle Alchemist? Oh, that's level 10. Oh, that's also level 10. Okay, it's a while till we get to level 10. Also, we have some main level perks. I don't know if there's anything that could help us here. I got first aid. Oh no, I think I started with first aid. What's first aid 2 do? Bandages are more effective. You can also apply a healing skill in dialogues. That's interesting. What's 33 do? Bandages are 50% more effective. For a village boy, you're quite the sawbones. The perk opens up the most advanced options in dialogues connected with healing. Oh, interesting. That's very unexpected in the skill tree. Handsome charisma. Oh, that's all the specialization. I'd probably want cloak and dagger, right? You have a +2 stealth bonus at the cost of a -1 penalty to strength and speech. Is there another one that's like doesn't do, what's golden tongue? +2 speech bonus. Okay, yeah. So they're all in contest with each other.
Camera generate faster at night. It's easier to hide at night, right? If you wear darker clothing. Should I just do all my crimes at night? Get Knight Rider. It seems like that would make sense for a build. Oh, Scootus is redeemed. I tried to sing Bandit by Jerry Reed. Okay, so this is my new favorite song, and it seems like it's fine to play it. Like it's not DMCA'd, weirdly. So what I'm gonna do here is try to sing along with it. I need to get a karaoke version. One sec. Let's do. Okay, this might be a little loud. One sec. Let me change it to this screen. Oh no, there's no way. Hang on. There's no fucking way that's how the whole thing goes. That's just the whole, because that's like several verses. Never mind. Come on. I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna do my best. Call you. Oh fuck. The bandit. Shit. An outlaw, untamed, shackled only by freedom. You wear no man's chains. Some say they despise you. Maybe they do. Well, but deep down inside them, too low. Bet they wish they were you. Bandit, you're reckless, and you live much too hard. Bandit, you're the joker in the deal of the cards. You're a legend to the old man. Oh, it's men. A hero to the child. Bandit steal a lady's heart. Oh, okay, that's what it is. Only a smile. Did I sing it like he does? Because he sings really low. Like he's like, Bandit, you're reckless, and you live much too hard. Bandit, you're the joker in the deal of the cards. You're legend to the old men, a hero to the child. Bandit, steal a lady's heart. Only I can't sing that loud. They call you the nope, fuck that. Bandit, bandit. Call you the bandit. They call you the bandit. They call you the bandit. I think that's the end of the song. Yeah, that's the end of the song. There we go. How'd I do? Please give me a rating out of 10. And keep in mind, please be critical, because I tripped over that quite a bit. I sang in like 5 different fucking octaves. 11, you're far too kind. You're far too kind. How do you feel about the channel point value of that as well? Because I made it 25,000 points because I didn't want everyone to just redeem it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. But I do also want to keep practicing this song to get good at it. Especially because I know Jolene fairly well. And also I edited the words of Jolene to be lesbian instead. 8.2, you did well with hiccups. That's fair. Never heard the song. It keeps is 7 out of 7. That's not out of 10, so I'm gonna take that as a 7 out of 10. It's like singers do a running commentary mid-performance. That's the most cutting thing you could say, but it's true. I did do that. You should just if you make a mistake in any kind of performance, you are supposed to just fucking run through it. So yeah, no, it's my favorite song. Honestly, I was thinking of part of the reason that I want to learn to sing it. I have this project idea, right? Now, I often have project ideas and I don't go through with them because they're too much work and I don't have enough time. That's basically, and I'm forgetful. And also, I'm not necessarily inspired. But a long time ago, I did say I was going to make a video that was based on basically all of the Rust murdering that I did. And like, I was kind of thinking, obviously to stop it just getting pulled, what if I sang the song? What if I sang that song, a cappellaed it or whatever, and put all the Rust things into it? Because that's kind of both in game and outside of the game that happened. I realize you like B&M Bandit so much. I like B&M Bandit so much, I get worried that if I ever make B&M Bandit disapproval of me in any way. That's how much I like B&M Bandit. I have an unhealthy obsession with keeping B&M Bandit happy. That's not true, I'm joking. But I like B&M Bandit a lot. B&M Bandit is a VIP here. And Taki isn't. I did. What's an interesting thing, actually, just to make fun of Taki some more. There is a thing that shows me who is the most active chatter on the channel. Although I think it probably is based on the last like month or something. And you're number 2. You talk so much here, Taki, that you're number 2. I will conceal the number 1. What's B&M stand for? It's like 2 companies that merged together. And they just sell cheap stuff, I guess. It's not always cheap. They just sell a lot of different kinds of stuff. For example, you can buy cola. You can buy... They do have milk in some of them. You could buy a shower curtain. You could buy a garden chair. You could buy Friends stationery for a show that's been gone for like 20 years and has aged so badly. You know, it was a joke. I was sorry, I'm really bad at processing jokes. Even when I know something is a joke, I still want to give the right answer. I think that's an autistic thing. Which I'm sure I'm a little bit, I guess. Well, I'm not that sure. I'm definitely sure about having ADHD because I can't remember. This is the thing. One of the reasons why I want to learn to sing that song is because I struggle so badly to learn lines to anything. So if I put it in the channel so people keep initiating it, then it will cause me to sing it and it will cause me to practice and it will cause me to remember the lines. I didn't know a lot of lines in that. And I'd just been listening to it. I'd not been looking at the lyrics. The bandits steal a lady's heart with just a smile. I could have sworn it was like he steals himself with just the smile of a lady or something. So I didn't even know that. Excuse me, sorry. We have a history of Illuminous chat in a few places, I think. That's not intended to sound like an insult. So we got Knight Rider. Do we have like a Day Rider? It looks like it's just Knight Rider. I guess I don't want to be slower during the day because I feel like whenever I'm getting chased, it's because I'm trying to get into a shop. So if it's like the fucking nighttime and I'm breaking into the house, I think that would not be what it was. It was a neg to be sure. I'm so sorry for all the negs. Okay, let's leave this menu. Right. Oh shit, she's asleep here. Can I sleep here as well? You have a puddle in the front of your house. You have a puddle in the front of your house. Have you not sorted this out? You're sleeping that far away from stagnant water. Like, do you need help? Like, what? Can I put some rags down and we can dry it up or something? I'll go into town. I'll buy some rags. Also, cook item. Do we have items to cook? We don't. Take some of your nettles though. I've been picking so many nettles in this game. Legitimately in real life, I walked past some nettles and I had the instinct to pick them. Obviously I didn't do it, but like in my head I was like, my bare hands need to touch this nettle and put it in my pocket. And as soon as I realized I thought that, I was like, oh no. This is like when you played RuneScape so much that when you saw a bird pass you, almost instinctively wanted to grab it. Like it was an impling with an impling jar in it. You play RuneScape, you probably know what I'm talking about. Right, I want to make the other potion. And it is it's a little bit cheating for me to just jump into how to make it, because I think you're supposed to talk to the... Oh, I did talk to the Apothecary Rattay. No, I didn't. No, I did. Did I? Whatever, we're gonna try this. Oil, poppy, 1 turn. Thistle, 1 turn. Cool, Paris. Okay, we're gonna try it. Bandit, you're reckless. And you live much too hard. I swear I can... I'll sing it better next time, I promise. I know everyone was saying it was good. I know I can do better though. Okay, oil. That what oil looks like? I guess. Make nettle soup is yummy. I'd love to try some nettle soup actually. But like out of just like roadside nettles, will that be okay? Will it be covered in piss? You just boiled the piss away. Recommended way to figure out how to price and redeem. Make it a channel point goal where we fund for it. See how many people pay the max. That gives you how many channel points are floating around, but also how much people want it. That just kind of sounds like a trick. That doesn't sound like a very good analysis. That just sounds like a sort of trick to steal everyone's channel points. I don't know. Maybe it works. Oko DJ, sorry, I missed some of the chat. Let me go back and make sure I got every... Wasn't it where fucking shit about the lyrics? Yeah. Have a lovely voice, thank you. Inspires you to add a karaoke redemption but not trying to be copycat. Oko DJ, I stole this song from your channel. I stole this because you played it on your channel. I took it. So not only is it fine to do that, I think you should as revenge. Because the thing is, I was thinking of also putting Dolly Parton on as well, but like I know the words for that, so I feel like that would be easier. I don't know. You can refund the goals later. That's what you do. Okay, maybe that is a good idea then. You leave, thanks for stream. Thank you, Taki. Oh, you didn't do it. Okay. There we go. Did that work? I didn't hear that actually. I think I was a bit too fast for that. I'm just used to you leaving the stream. Anyway, bye. See you later. I'm just used to Taki playing that. Did that work? Are any of them working? Oh, they're not working. See, this is the thing with Triggerfire. It's that inconsistent. It does seem like they work better at the beginning of the stream than the start of the than the end of the stream, the middle of the stream. Like after 2.5 to 3 hours, it seems like it disappears. I don't know what that is.
True hydration takes days.
That one worked. That's on the same system. Why has that not worked? That's so strange. I mean, that does give me a, like, is it just 'cause, like, audio's easier? Takes less, bandwidth? That is odd. Does pasta work?
Pasta.
Oh, pasta and hydrate might actually be on Stream Elements and not Triggerfire, I think. So that might be why those work. It just I think Triggerfire became too popular basically. No, not now. So they can't keep up with the number of people doing it. We want Poppy. We do want Nettle, and we want Herb Paris. That's what we want. So we're putting some poppies in. What's another Triggerfire one? Dreamers has a thing, but it sort of sucks. Twitch has an inbuilt thing. I haven't tried it. There's loads of them. I just don't remember the names of anything. I don't know if Firebot does that, because Firebot does a lot of things. There was some fucking, I think there's still something in the chat. Moobot, I don't know if that one does it as well. Is Moobot still here? Yeah, Moobot's still here. I haven't banned or got rid of them, so they're the one bot that's one of the few bots that's allowed to be in the channel. Okay, Fizzle, and we're boiling it. Oh, what's another one of the Trigger Fire redeems? I'm not 100% sure now what is and isn't. There's Skellington, but I think you have to spell it Skellington. Right, allowed to cool fully. And then we're adding Herb Paris. And then we put it in a file.
A Skellington.
Okay, that one works. Why did the other ones not work then? It's very odd.
Pasta.
Pasta works. Maybe it's some kind of like connection to Twitch, because those the difference about those is, oh damn it, is that all of those are not they're not channel point ones. They're just typing redeemed ones. So the connection between Twitch and Triggerfire is like busted or whatever. Poppy, Nettle, Herb Paris. Did I do this wrong? Boil, pour oil, add poppy, boil, add fizzle, boil, allow to cool, Herb Paris. That's what I did. Let's try it again, I guess. Oil. How strange, most unusual. So maybe it's just, it seems more likely that Twitch and therefore Amazon or whatever, being the company the way that it is, would intentionally reduce the server stuff, the server load, I guess. So maybe they're not providing a proper connection to Twitch. They reduce server load or whatever. I think that's the right word. Oh, I put a nettle. It's a fizzle. I don't have any fizzles. Ah shit, we can't do the exit. We didn't bring any fizzles with us. If we drop all our herbs here, will they stay here? I think we have to take a little walk. Also, it's like nighttime and dark, so Henry probably needs a little sleep. Let's take our marigold concoctions. What do they even do? Within 1 minute, we'll add 30 health and dispel hangover. Cancels the effects of Lazarus potions. Oh, okay. It's a hangover cure that heals, that stops some mysterious Lazarus potion that I've never heard of. That's interesting. Right, so if we go down, this is honestly, it is quite immersive having a screen of this size. Let's have some here, Paris. And moving very slowly through this forest. It does feel a lot more real than I think it probably would have on the smaller monitor. It's also a slightly curved monitor. I think this is the path we're on. Go on this path. Hang on, let me look at the map again. Because there's a path that goes away. Whatever, we're just gonna go on this. We're just gonna do our best. Just gonna walk to town and pick up the. Oh, hello. Pick up the nettle, the thistles. We were literally talking about this last stream. How I get thistle and I think of thistle and nettle as being like in the same, you know, like if I don't know, they're like mean or something. This is something I learned what thistles and nettles were quite young, so my concept of them, psychologically or whatever, is based on my like child's way of thinking. Because I haven't really put much thought into thistles or nettles aside from, oh, it's one's the symbol of Scotland and the other one could be made into a tea, but I've never done that. I'm so curious about how you make it into soup though, because I assume there's some process where you like ruin or boil all the little needles that are on it, because obviously if you just drank raw nettle needles, I think you would die. I assume, or it would hurt real bad. Or it would hurt real bad and then you would die. That's my assumption. But then the thing is, a lot of very tasty and juicy plants do that because they're so tasty and juicy. Like, look how spiky a pineapple is. Or like, any of the fruit. Coconut, it's really hard to get into. I don't really like coconut though. Although I will say, coconut milk in coffee makes the coffee really good. Yeah, look at these branches. No one's picked this up for firewood. I don't believe it. I'm not even sure we're going the right way. But wherever we're going there slowly. So, I suspect we might be walking along this path, actually. I think that's what's happened. So we need to go back, because we need to head towards the river. Which you probably should have seen already. I mean, we will eventually get there, I guess. No, we won't. It looks like we'll go to an entirely new town. Or some sort of settlement that we've not seen yet. Oh, I got lost for a second there. Who the Okay, so someone has like spawned in front of me, I guess? Because they're walking in a direction that I couldn't have possibly seen unless they'd passed me. Unless I looked away for so long from the screen that I somehow didn't see that person. But I think we're going to mug him. I can catch up with him. I can hear the wet slapping of my feet on the ground because my shoes are so ruined that I guess they don't even have like soles or anything. We're gonna get this guy who doesn't even have a torch. In fact, we're gonna put out our torch. Spooky. There's no way you can't hear the wet slapping of my feet. Slap, slap, slap. It's like running across a kitchen with bare feet. Woo! Woo! This was what it was like in the medieval mode in Rust, on the Rust server. At 4 AM I would just, in the darkness, show up and just be like, medieval! And start attacking people with a mace. People hated it. I don't think people hate it as much as some other people hated getting killed in Rust. But they were like, ah, shit. But the thing is also, people were playing, because there's a lot of maintenance that needs to be done in the game, people were deliberately playing really late so that they could gather loads of resources without having to fight people. So there's a little bit of me that's like, well, okay, so you're trying to build up your fortresses away from prying eyes. Well, maybe there's a little surprise. I don't even remember if I stole stuff from people when I did that, because I think I just was like, the shock alone was mean enough. I didn't record any of those kills though, because it was like at 4 AM, so I wouldn't really be streaming. But well, there was also something where I was just dressed as like a little monk. I think I changed my Steam name as well, so it was like just a monk. And I would approach people and I would be like, Are you clean? Are you cleansed? And they would be like, yes. And I'd be like, no! Dirtiness is closer to God! Medieval! And start smacking it with a mace, basically. That was funny stuff. That's right. Sometimes I even produce content when no one is watching. The worst idea. I didn't want to do that stuff too much, though, because some people just react so poorly to stuff, and like if you're recording it because you're streaming it, you can kind of protect yourself from certain claims that people make, unfortunately. This is a bigger thing in the roleplay world, to be like, it makes sense for everybody who's roleplaying to stream, because it means then people can't just like say awful things to them without there being like a record of it. Because when I remember I played loads of roleplay in Gary's mod, which was not good, but it was the first thing I had access to. Some stuff, there were moments, but I would not recommend people use Gary's mod roleplay. I would not even recommend people open a roleplay server in Gary's mod, because you'll just get like racist 11-year-olds over and over and over again, over and over and over again. And I mean, maybe, and you'll probably have to teach them as well. I feel like it's a bit about Rust as well. Rust is sometimes worse. It couldn't be worse entirely though, because some of the things I have in Gary's mod are like war crimes, or worse, you know. the mass poisoning guy is the Gary's Mod roleplay server owner. Not that I ever went on that. What was I saying about Gary's Mod? Oh yeah, no, that became a thing. Like people would I don't really care so much about the rules, but like people would do awful stuff to you, and you'd be like, "Hey, this guy just like attacked me and upset me in this upsetting way for no reason. Can there be consequences to this?" And they'd be like, "Well, do you have a video of it?" And you'd be like, "No." Well, it didn't happen then. That was very frustrating. But I think that model of problem solving is not necessarily the best.
Hey, what the?
Ooh.
Thief!
No! No thief. I really shouldn't be pickpocketing and attacking people so close to the town that I'm supposed to be friends with, but should we kill him? We can't kill him. But I feel like he'll wake up and it will report me and remember me. Can we make him? Can we poison him without killing him? I'm scared. I don't want to lose my reputation. We'll just it's not even deep enough to hit him. Okay, that looks bad. Okay, no, I can't do that. I can't do that. I can't. No, that was the wrong button! That was the... I thought that was the pickup button! I thought that was the button to pick up! I thought that was the button to pick him up! He stamped on his head and he killed him! Henry's gone too far. Henry's not redeemable. He rather than lose any standing in this town, he fucking banned that villager to death with his foot. Sorry, that didn't work. That was an accident, but I think we just have to live with the consequences of that now. That Henry is now a murderer. He has killed someone before, but like in self-defense. That was just a murder. That was a murder to conceal his crimes. Use sound alerts, I recommend it. Is that is it just called sound alerts? I feel like I tried to use that before and it was confusing, although I might be confusing it with something else. Defeat a swordfish in what? Looks like you got me this time. Turned me into a skeleton. I'll get you next week. There you go. And then it's a picture of a swordfish, and then a picture of a swordfish's skeleton, which I thought looked so funny that I made that very short video. How is Henry not affected by this? He's not shit. That was so brutal as well. His shoes, but the thing is, shoes are broken, so that was just like raw foot on head in a single booting. Of great voice modulation. Thank you. I mean, I did want to be a voice actor, but it's not possible. It's so bad as a job, unfortunately. But funny voices. Pure wrong button response was great. Hey, good content, right? Henry's ruined forever. I was just like, you know, lovable rogue, dashing rogue, but now he's got a dark side to him. Henry's cold-blooded video game character does not feel any player does. I mean, he did shout at the old sex worker for no reason. That didn't seem great. But he did seem to have some feelings on the matter there. It's Daniel Varvas that has the feelings. Is it Varvas or Varvels? Now let me check this. want to say his name wrong. Varvels. It's Varvels. And it might also be pronounced like Varvels or something. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what his name sounds like. Please correct me, Daniel Varvels, and then I can correct you on your racism and your sexism and your possibly also homophobia. I'm getting the impression, transphobia. It seems like you're giving the flags off for that. Bigotries always come in sets because if you just have one bigotry, you probably will end up, based on your other opinions, dropping that bigotry. Now, if you maintain a bigotry, you'll end up having other ones because they'll help you maintain being a bigot. So very rarely are people genuinely bigots on just one thing. But he's certainly documented as being a bigot in at least 2 ways, and then perhaps a couple more that I can infer. Co-founder of Warhorse. I don't know if the devs have been known to visit some streamers. I don't know if they will want to visit mine, although the other devs who are not Daniel Varvas, I think, seem pretty cool. They just had to unfortunately work under him, so hey, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 is maybe in the works. Although I think that might have been a joke. I don't know if that's actually something that they're making or doing. But it's popular enough to make a second one. Where am I here? Why am I here? What's this place? Is this the... Oh no, this is one of the places that sells food. Do I still have food? I do still have food, so I'm just gonna eat it in front of them. Dry bread. Oh, dried fruit. Oh, he can't eat that because he stole it from one of the people that he met on the road. One of which has an exploded skull now, apparently. I mean, I'm assuming it probably just is, and you just crack the head enough for them to die, right? Like, I'm sorry I'm so morbid about this, but also it was so unexpected, and it was so gristly and visceral. And Henry's irredeemable now, or at least that's how he sees himself. I panicked. It's just. These people have been so nice to me, and the people of Rata have been so awful. Because of your crimes, Henry. Because if you're stealing from everyone all the time, for your knocking people out, and moving them around, and taking their money out of their pocket. Some would say they're well-earned money. But I don't know enough about them to say if that's true or not. They have money, and there's poor, starving people who don't have money, so I have to assume they're holding on to it. Henry's a gentle murderer. He's murdered someone in a not gentle way. Help get into bed by crouching up the stairs. There's a motorbike going past. It's kind of loud. At least it's not as bad as some of the other ones. Right. So we came back here. I guess to maybe deposit some of these marigold decoctions. I made 47 of them? I don't remember making 47 of them, so I'm quite impressed with myself that I managed to do that. And we've come to get thistles. Which would be under T. Fifth. There we go, thistle. 1,867 of them should be enough. I made 47? I swear I didn't do that 47 times. He probably should sleep though. I guess we're gonna save it. Gonna save his horrific act because there's no way I'm doing all that potion stuff again. Just sleep for 4 hours. Just have like a morning nap. Like me this morning, I had a morning nap immediately after a nighttime sleep. I was very tired. Right, his energy is 72. Is that enough? Also, he's gonna have probably weird insomnia problems. No weird insomnia problems this time. Not insomnia. Sleepwalking. He is remembering the nightmare of being chased by a clown. Although, I suppose at this point, I was gonna say it would be the nightmare of seeing his village destroyed, but I actually think it's probably the nightmare of him crunching that guy's head open. I'm worried that me in real life will dream about this, because what was I dreaming about last night? It was definitely something that I was talking to someone about. And that's happened for a couple of nights now, where I'll talk to someone and then it'll be in my dream. The night before that, all of the people that I'd been hanging out with in the nighttime past like 1 a.m. or whatever, we all had like industrial work jobs. That was actually kind of fun. So it was like a big fucking work site, and it had all sorts of stuff going on with it. That felt like a bit like these thistles. We should pick these up. Morning naps are underrated. I mean, it's not really a choice. It was more like what would you call it? If it's not just sleep, if it's like tiredness as well, there's got to be some word that contains all those things, right? Like I don't know, a hypno something health, right? Because Hypnos is the god of sleep. It's usually how wording like that works. I don't know. It was a chronic compulsion to sleep, I think is probably how I'd best describe it. Because whilst I do suffer with insomnia, I also seem to suffer with fatigue, I guess. Chronic fatigue, I think that's called. I don't know, it's a mystery, because it seems like I have lots of different symptoms, and some of them are distinct enough to be like, well, they could almost be from separate things. Like, anxiety is something that's been pointed to a lot. And I will say, it is true that when my anxiety was higher, I had less control over my sleep. But I think it's also because not having control over my sleep was also making me anxious. And I don't really have control over my sleep. So much as, like, I'm like fucking devil in Georgia-ing with my sleep schedule. I'm like tricking it, essentially. I don't know why. The devil went down to Georgia and tried to play the fiddle, and they were like, can you fix my sleeping pattern? But no, literally, I've just managed to arrange myself in such a way that I get tired enough or I get awake enough. Just tricking it any way I can, like caffeine to be awake. I don't really use that much. I don't chronically drink caffeine, but there's definitely been periods of time where I've been like when I was drinking Lucozade like every day in the morning to afternoon to be awake. I had some Lucozade recently, actually. Get that compulsion to sleep, especially when you haven't slept much. I mean, if you haven't slept much, you probably should have a compulsion to sleep, right? So, like, I don't know, maybe it's a normal thing that I need to sleep when I'm sleepy. But the thing is, like, I mean, I guess I slept less the previous night, but I didn't even think about that. Like 6 hours, maybe, I guess. But then, yeah, no, I basically slept for like 12 hours with, like, waking up breaks in between. Welcome to the chat room, says OBS. I wasn't aware that I left it. Right, we need to go up this hill. Need to stop picking so many flowers as well. What if a bandit found us and we had to drop all our herbs? To be honest, just let the bandit kill me. I've got so many herbs. I don't want to lose them. I don't think I'll actually use them all before I get to whatever level. We should just stop picking flowers. But it's so compulsive. Yeah, we stop doing it. We'll just keep going up this hill. This feels like the pace I would actually walk at if I was here. And that's weird in a video game. I know I am locked to it, like I literally can't sprint. But this is how long it would actually take me to go this way, I think. Except I wouldn't fucking crunch a peasant in the river. He's still in there. It's not like anyone would have discovered him in the, like... Or, also, I did that and immediately went to sleep. I really do think Henry's got no... I'm over there. I'm not gonna look at it. There's like blood slowly filtering down the river. Because I was trying not to kill anyone with Henry that didn't try to kill him. but he's just like panicked. He was overtaken by like a compulsion to murder because I pressed the wrong button. I wonder if that's on purpose, right? Like some things are like pick and some things are hold, a press and hold. Because if you change the buttons, if you change them to different ones, it also changes everything else that's also that button. And I was like, is this bad game design? I mean, I think it is. Because we should, if we have one action, we should be able to assign it to one button, unless it's intentional gameplay thing. But I don't know that it is, and if it is, I don't think it's maybe a good one. I accidentally crunched that villager. I'm distraught. I'm so sad. We'll need to send a little like letter to his family. I'm so sorry. And just not sign it. Just I'm so sorry. That'd be good. That sounds bad. See, I hope I never accidentally murder someone, because I think just socially I would not be able to deal with it, right? Because I would be I would be sending letters to like the grieving family. They'd be like, "What does this mean?" Ah! Instead of just like, "Oh, he was murdered by a bandit." Instead of that makes it worse. This is literally how I end up dealing with situations like that, though, which is to say poorly. I don't have any social skills for conflict, weirdly, to do with my parents. I think I don't know what's the correct action, because what I usually do is get way over anxious and start like trying really hard to do the right thing, which is usually the thing that's actually the worst thing to do, or at least is the thing that's regarded the worst. Some people are just impossible to please, though. If you could do the right thing and work really hard, and they would still think you're evil. So that's hard to accept, and that's where the anxiety comes from, right? Like, people not liking me usually results in huge social ostracization for me. So I'm not gonna have a normal reaction to someone not liking me. Hello, are you normal? No, I can't do it. I'm not playing anything. Sorry. I don't want to crunch. You always had sleep issues. You're going to accept them. But narcolepsy, fascinating. Best learned about from movie My Own Pride at Idaho. It's not quite. I'm just thinking like, so technically speaking, the compulsion to sleep, although it's not what we traditionally think of as narcolepsy, I think that it does count as, could be described as narcolepsy. But I don't know, it's weird though, because it's like, that's not necessarily a symptom. If you're very tired that you need to sleep, that's normal. It's the insomnia that's the symptom. So I don't describe myself as having narcolepsy, because the first thing people would be like, "Oh, do you just randomly fall asleep throughout the day?" And I'm like, no, but if I'm tired because of insomnia, but maybe I do. Maybe I have separately narcolepsy and insomnia like hurts it, or maybe it's hurt because it's narcoleptic or something. Narcolepsy have no control. I mean, if I've not slept, yeah, but that's the that's the thing. Is that a symptom, or is that it's weird? But there is like two descriptions of narcolepsy. One is the one where you just throughout the day essentially keep falling over almost to sleep. And then the other one is closer to what I'm describing, kind of, I think. And that was just based on last time I looked at Wikipedia. But I don't know what my sleep issue is the thing. So I can't really describe it as anything other than like a sleep disorder. But it feels like it's more than one sleep disorder. It feels like a couple of things. Right, let's make this potion. Let's do it right. Oil. Ocular. Or I don't know. That's not what Latin sounds like. Boil, please. Set this witch's house on fire. We need poppy. We need thistle. And we need herb Paris, I believe. That has boiled. So we now add thistle. No, don't burn the witch. I need her house. It was just a joke.
True hydration takes
Hydrate the witch. I mean, supposedly that kills them, right? This isn't actually that difficult a potion to make. I did fail it last time for having the wrong ingredient. But, seems pretty straightforward. Because if we can make millions of lullaby potions, that's how we do it. That's how we take Rattay. Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? Did it work? What do you mean if... Pour oil into cauldron. Add poppy. I think I forgot to add poppy. So we're gonna try that again. Put the oil in the cauldron. I think I boiled it and then I put poppy on the shelf. Is I did. Poppy, thistle, herb Paris. Let me just check it is herb Paris. It is herb Paris. Poppy. You know, poppy seeds on bread, especially if it's like good bread, it's like one of the greatest things I've ever eaten. I don't know if that's just because there's like some kind of opioidic effect of it. I want some poppy seed bread so bad. So badly right now. I don't know where I'd even get that. I don't know. There is a baker, but they're more of a cafe. I probably shouldn't describe what's close to me. I feel like it would cost me a lot of money to, you know, to be honest, I probably want to go like to an Aldi or Lidl or something, because they have little bakery sections. Get myself some bread with poppy seeds on it. Spent a lot of money lately because I'm like, I've got money to spend, and it's like, meh, you do, but right, will this complete the potion? Yeah, I did it! Hey! Yay! Okay, right, I know how to do it now. Love a lemon poppy seed muffin? No, if I would, I don't know if I would want it to be. I feel like the lemon would make it seem sweet to me, even though I literally put lemon in every single savory dish. Have you ever turned garlic blue before, or green? It's kind of greeny blue. You put garlic in oil and then immediately add lemon. It reacts with the copper and the sulfur in the garlic. It was really interesting to discover that, as I did that by accident. But if you mix like literally anything else with it and then add lemon, it doesn't do that. It's like, whoa, cooking is alchemy. Poppy, thistle, herb Paris. Oil? I do like lemon cake. It's probably one of my favorite cakes. The Fitzgerald's poppy seeded sliced bagels. Bagels, sorry. I don't know why I said it like that. That sounds pretty good. I love bagels as well. The ones that you see in every shop, they're like American bagels. Just cut them in half and put them in the toaster. Put like margarine on them. And then you can put other stuff too. I mean, they're just good like that, but honestly what I'd also been doing is I've been putting hummus on top. And then I think I also maybe put some stuff on top of that as well. But like, that was pretty good. I need to get hummus again. There's a good hummus selling place. There's probably a few actually. That I know of. Okay, thistle. I think I may have repeated a step, I'm not sure. But we're gonna do it anyway. Because I think this is the second thistle. But then I've got that perk that will help me anyway, so maybe it'll be fine. Wait for it to cool down. Speaking of conditions that I found fascinating, because I was just thinking about that for a second. I feel like there's a thing I keep coming across occasionally on Tumblr, and not really anywhere else, is people with dissociative identity disorder having like an identity for having that, right? So they'll be like, they'll talk about being like a system or something, as in there's all of these identities within me. There's some really, really interesting stuff to read about that. I feel like I got into it just in a sense of like things like queer identity and stuff. I did it. But that's very interesting to me. The first person I met with dissociative identity disorder, when they explained it to me, I was like, whoa, that's so cool. And they were like, no one's ever said that before. Everyone's always been like, oh, that's so rough for you. And I was like, well, you know, it's very fascinating the way that the brain works. And also, like, dissociative identity disorder doesn't necessarily, it's not always a disorder. It's quite often, it seems like, it's just like a different setup for the brain. Trauma can cause it, but it's not inherently necessarily caused by trauma. It just brain can be different. Because people talk about stuff about like it compartmentalizes certain stuff. You know, I don't know. There's different types of DID or whatever, but people will say like, oh, a different personality will come forth to help deal with like a stressful situation or something. Because normally I wouldn't be able to do that. And there is a part of me that's like, so the way that human brains think with tools, right, is when we pick an object up like this, our brain has stopped thinking of this as a separate object. It started thinking of it as an extension of our body. When we manipulate it, that's kind of how the brain reads that. And there's other things. There's other theories about like the idea of a god that speaks to you may be almost like a memory of when we started changing the way that like we were just sort of essentially hearing our subconscious, but as we've sort of got more complicated brains or whatever, that stopped being like a separate entity and that's just become integrated into our thought process. So that there is kind of part of me that's like, well, let's say maybe something doesn't form or something is damaged or it just grows differently or whatever. Maybe there's a connection that's not made that would otherwise be made. So these things become like separate identities or something, right? But again, I'm talking from a huge place of ignorance, right? I only know so much. And I'm just like, oh, what if it was this? You know, I don't want to like tokenize it necessarily. I don't want to tokenize it. Also, the new PC. You have a new PC. Oh, that's right, because your 5th edition of your stream posts to the BIOS. But since today is a civic holiday, the builder isn't doing any more on it. What? A computer builder? He's only working today because he was supposed to be ready Friday. Since it's posting, he's taking the rest of the day off. I'm good on him. Yeah. You didn't build your own computer? It's not that difficult. Not that I'm judging you. But I guess I've not heard of anyone. It almost seemed like building computers became popular for me when everyone else bought computers, but I assumed that people just pay for like that as a service. But I'd never done that because I kind of jumped to building my own, I guess. You only trust yourself to tinker on known electronics. I mean, to be fair, by buying a cheap part, I did fuck up my computer a little bit, but it still works. All the pieces work. Alright, poppy, thistle, herb Paris. So put the poppy in, and we boil it. I'm trying to look into figuring out how to fix this huge television that's even bigger than this one, but honestly not by much. But it's very heavy as well. I want to figure out how to fix that. It seems like it would be fixable. Oh, I should have let it cool. Oh well. You know, assume it was cool. I wonder if there's potions where you have to turn that over like several times. Gonna work? Is it gonna count that as an accident? It's successful. Okay, so it probably let me get away with that then. Poppy, Thistle, per Paris. All the way from Paris. Experiences also of older electronics, like a SNES Junior, a tray loading play, LP player, and tape players. Yeah, a lot of that stuff's all just like copper cabling, right? Like you can just solder it together. Whereas things tend, like, when I started doing that, the things did have little like chipset stuffs, but you could usually figure out which part to solder to get it to work. Whereas now there's a lot more stuff, you know, there's like micro soldering and stuff, although that's for like graphics cards, but still. Basically old electronics you can find service manuals on. That seems very cool. Yeah, there is this like repair group thing, and it was in Sheffield, but apparently they don't have a place to do their events. But I know a place that would be into them having events. But the thing is, they're all like old white men, or at least based on the pictures they seem to be. So I don't know if they would like this very queer space that I'm going to recommend to them. But maybe it'll be good. See, this is the thing. We shouldn't just automatically judge old people. We should wait for them to say something bigoted and then start judging them, right? But, you know, theatre was full of cool old people. And I liked that there were a mix of ages. You know, we can learn and teach. All good stuff. That's why I did so much voluntary stuff and never got paid. Alright, we're doing great at this. Thistle, Poppy, Paris. Oil. I haven't leveled up in a while though. I have an infinite amount of oil, so that's fine. Though I wonder if that's why I noticed that you seem to be able to add more ingredients than what you bring, and then they all go at the end and the whole cauldron gets empty. So it does make me wonder if that's like a tax, like they'll take the rest and they'll restore the oils or something. Thistle next. Be good to learn to do savage snaps, but I think that's one of the harder potions. We should actually talk to the alchemist in Rattay to learn those instead of just looking them up on the Wikipedia. Ah, fuck, I forgot to let it cool. I'll be fine. I got that perk. Yeah, I was gonna fix that TV like, I mean, almost 2 years ago now. It's just been sat in a room. There's a few projects I have where I just don't know what the next thing to do is. I'm getting a lot better at doing things for myself and like exploring them myself. But ultimately it does come to finding someone else who has expertise. I have now become the expert on helping people do their own HRT. As much as I can be without actual qualifications. Loads of people, online and in real life. I'm glad to be able to do that because I didn't fucking know. But also it's I don't know, it's scary. It's scary that we have to do this. It's scary that we have to live like this. Because it feels like it could be taken away at any moment, and you just have it. Why am I looking in here? This is main level. Alchemy. We're level 7. Okay. I keep making lullaby potions though, I think. Can't find a service manual. You wouldn't want to crack it open. You can find manuals for just about anything online. There's, I would say, fairly good documentation of it, but I'm sure there's some stuff that's like not even that old that you can't find stuff for. Because making everything digital is not actually a good way to preserve it. It's faster to access it, but the historians will perhaps struggle to find proof of our existence. What's the thing that will survive the longest from now? I mean, it's presumably things made out of stone, right? But like, what's just made of solid stone? Like flagstones or something? I don't know. Because even the things that look like they're made of stone are actually not. They have something else in them as well. I think I found a cheat here. I think I can skip a step because of my perk. Allows me to make a mistake. I don't have to wait for it to cool down. Does that work? Yeah, okay, cool. I can skip a step for speed. Get that poppy out your pocket. And the thistle. I don't know anything about Herb Paris. Never seen anything that looked like it in real life. That is also a thing. I get the impression that in terms of what flowers there would have been here, it seems like that's accurate, right? So it's not like in fucking Skyrim where it's like, oh, you'll need this item from another country to finish your health potion. Right. Let me do it really fast. Put the Herb Paris in. Grab a file. And we empty the cauldron. And it gives us a lullaby potion. Yeah, how many lullaby potions do we have now? I have to step out of this first. Being food. Lullaby potion. We have 25 of them. Okay, good. How many do you think we'll need to take Rattay? 50, I guess? I don't know. Kind of want to make another potion. I want to see. I'm gonna look up Savior Schnapps, to be honest. Savior Schnapps. Oh, I spelled Schnapps wrong. It's got an H. Should have known. Savior Schnapps. Wine, nettle, and belladonna. Boil the nettle for 2 turns. Grind the belladonna. Boil for 1 turn. Do we have belladonna? We do. Okay. Okay. Put the wine in. And it's nettle, I think. Probably isn't how you make schnapps. Nettle, belladonna. Was there another thing? Two belladonna, that's fine. And then we add nettle and we boil it for 2 turns in the sand glass. So 1. Alright, I'm gonna pay attention to the sand glass. Turn it back up. I think just 2. They seem to be the same length of time as the sand glass anyway. The PC builder worked with his local and basically hired to build you an on paper, and you were supposed to build it, but it was $100 upcharge for assembly. They're getting a lot of money out of you for that. Honestly, it really is not hard to put computer parts together. So long as you don't touch it with static or something. If you just keep grounding yourself by touching a piece of metal or something, like the thermal paste it seems like it'll be stressful, but that's easy to do. That's it, really. Last 2 PCs you built had magic smoke coming out of them. Is that true? Is that true? Did you... Oh, I guess the other thing is also, like, maybe follow someone's guides of what to put in. 10 years ago and 11 years ago, respectively. Okay, so it sounds like what happened is that you never cleaned the dust out of them, and then it took about roughly 10 years of dust to ruin that, I guess. Put 2 belladonna. Oh, I was supposed to grind it up. Fuck, I can still fix this. Yeah. Also, if you you just get compressed air and you just like blast it. Don't do what my sister did and hoover her computer. Which was amazing, but I think it maybe did ruin something. But yeah, it sounds like that magic smoke was dust. And it probably got into like the fans and the coolant system and things. No, you were building them 10, 11 years ago and you went to find them up, magic smoke came out of them. I, for some reason, don't believe you. Do we boil this? Boil for 110 of the sandglass. Accompanied by loud pop in both. So you burned it. Okay, so that's like electric. I mean, did you check that the parts were compatible before you put them together? Is that's the only thing I could think of. Like if you're just putting whatever power supply blew up once, was it a new power supply? Because that's, I mean, unless it's like poorly made, that's so incredibly rare to happen. I didn't see if I made the savior straps or not. I think I did. Belladonna, and what was the other one? Nettle. There we go. Put in the wine. Turning it on from the switch at the back, and there was a blue flash and I'll pop near shot yourself. I mean, it's possible that because you were so close to the back that it like jumped from something you like. It could be static, I guess, if you're not grounded yourself. Maybe, I don't know. I'm not an electrician. But these are very rare things. These are very rare things. Don't remember. You remember following a guide, but it might have been a bad guide, or you might have gotten wrong parts. I'm guessing it sounds like maybe they were old parts, but even that wouldn't necessarily be a thing. The plugged in. I don't know. That's not a normal occurrence. But I guess if you ruined 2 computers, then maybe $100 isn't that much. But I'm still like, I feel like there's a missing. Are they all salvage parts? Okay, so they could have like water damage. You know, like they could have all sorts of things with them. Yeah, probably. I think there's ways to test individual parts separately from putting them into a computer. I think there's even things you put voltage through them or something. I don't know, you'd have to look that up. That I think that's what people that do that do. Yeah, no, what happened is you strayed off the beaten path and didn't high spike. Henry crunched a peasant's heads when I meant to pick them up. So he's evil now. He's irredeemably evil now. Okay, nettle. That's what we want. But we're making potions. I'm currently trying to make savior schnapps. And we did previously make a whole bunch of lullaby potions. For the rat war, I'm calling it. Alright, we've got to crunch up this belladonna in a mortar and pestle. What sucked? The thing was, my thinking was like, should I murder him because he saw me try to pickpocket him and I wanted to stay on this town's good side? So like, I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe there is like a responsibility there. Can you go belladonna, a known poison? Do I need to, is it 2? It is 2 belladonna. Grab some belladonna. No! Grab the belladonna, please. Or is he still holding the pestle mortar? It's not letting me do anything. Fuck. Also, I think I boiled it wrong. Or is it this? Do we boil it twice now? No, okay, so I boiled it wrong. I didn't put enough belladonna in it. Most Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo games go up for 70 to 80 Canadian dollars. So for 20 to 30 more, having a PC it definitely won't work when I can't get it. Just because you're being scammed by video game monopolies doesn't mean everything else is cheaper. Potion brewing failed. Fuck. Okay. Try this again. Nettle? Nettle. Oh, we don't have any more belladonna. Fuck. Okay. Well, like, in that case, then, I guess we're making the other potion. Which I can't remember what was in it. Was it marigolds as well? Lullaby potions. Poppy, thistle, herb, Paris. That's it. It was poppy. There we go. So put oil in first. Oil. Then we put some poppy in it. I'm so hungry. I can't keep saying the word poppy. It's making me so hungry. Poppy bread. Where would I even go? I mean, I could just go. I could just go a little bit, miles away. Nettle's the next one. You're having pasta? Nice. I have pasta.
True hydration
Make sure to hydrate
takes
it.
days.
Pasta?
Also having pasta. I think I inspired maybe like 6 people to have pasta last night because of how much I kept talking about it. Would poppy pasta work? Like a pasta with a sauce, and then you put poppies in it. Would that be good?
Pasta?
You're gonna make soup is too much effort. Soup's not effort. What kind of soup are you making? It's too much effort. Can I have some? Poaching is fail. What? I thought I did that perfectly. Poppy, nettle, herb, Paris. Wait, it's not thistle, is it? It's thistle. Did I put nettles in? I think I put nettles in. Right, let's try again.
Pasta?
Pasta soup is a thing, right? I don't know. I once tried to blend pasta. Don't do that. Don't even think about it. It was so bad. It was so bad. Ugh. I don't want to think about it. Sweet potato? Too many ingredients to prep? What? Tell me, take me through this. Teach me about soups. Because I'm a bit of a soup cynic, I think I would say. There's a couple of soups I think are amazing. But generally I'm kind of like, why do we even have soups? Why can't we just have a big fucking pizza, I guess? like every time I get a soup, I'm disappointed that I'm not eating pizza, I guess. Just make stuff in a pot soup, take some stuff cut up, put it in a pot, season it, tastes good. Yeah, I mean, it's soup. Sweet potato lentils. Okay, well, probably the preparing the lentils then. Let's learn about this. It's BBC Good Food, a sometimes dubious source of recipes, sometimes a credible source of recipes. Cook your curry powder, stirring in spices, onions, apple, garlic. I mean, you can fucking just cut out apple. To be honest, you could probably cut out half ginger and coriander, because I don't like either of those. That's fine. Honestly, they're in the oil. They're fine. 5 minutes. That doesn't matter. Meanwhile, then peel and grate. No, because that will not take you 5 minutes to do. Peel then grate the sweet potatoes. This is a little difficult, but it doesn't take so long. I think it would take me longer than 5 minutes though. Tip into the pan with stock. Oh, where did we get? Sorry, where did we get stock from? Stock of what? Low sodium vegetable. Are we? 1.2 liters of stock. Okay, yeah, that's starting to. The preparation is quite big there. The lentils. I don't really know about cooking lentils. Because I hate lentils. And the thing that makes me hate lentils even more is the fact that there'll always be tiny rocks in them, almost always. Pizza soup is definitely a thing. Like a sort of like a floury soup. And then you put tomato soup on top of it. And then you melt cheese on top of it with like pepperoni slices. Pizza soup. Oops. Press too many buttons there. Easy pizza soup. Oh, I mean, essentially, essentially, kind of what I said. That almost looks like pasta soup. Well, that's tasty. Tell me about pizza soup. That looks a lot more like what I thought of pasta soup. But there seems to be potatoes. Are those potatoes? Sonia and Alex? Or is that'd be Sonia? Meet Sonia and Alex Overheiser, husband and wife, expert home cooks. I don't know. Vegetable broth, olive oil, parmesan. Wait, so what's this? What's this then? I'm so hungry. Grab a high quality jar of pizza sauce. Yeah. Tomatoes, fennel seeds add meaty flavor. Do they? Spice that's used in sausage so it makes your brain think of meat. Are you fucking kidding me? Or put sage and fennel in it, which is often in meat. Therefore, it's got meat flavor. White beans. Okay, so there's a white beans. I don't know that this is... I wouldn't know if I would call this a pizza soup anymore. I actually want to create my own pizza soup to rival this one. Kosher salt? There's non-kosher salt? Bell peppers. I mean, I guess you could have that on a pizza. I don't know. My verdict would not call that pizza soup. That's a tomato and bean soup is what that is. Add fennel because it's in meat and it'll make your brain think of meat. I'm like, I think you're kind of right, but also at the same time, fuck off. Right, I don't remember if I boiled this. I'm a big wizard. I'm sorry, they're not working again, so I have to do them. Good to see you. We've been talking about food, and I'm hungry. Probably stop streaming fairly soon. We've been making potions. Also, Henry did crunch a peasant's. Oh no, I didn't mean to. Fuck, this potion's gonna be so bad. Your plan of saying hello when an audience thing. What's pizza soup? Well, the first thing I looked at, I would describe it as a bean and tomato soup and not a pizza soup. Maybe there's another one. Maybe there's another pizza soup. Pizza soup recipe from Taste of Home. Oh, fuck off. Reject. Oh, good. Ghostery sorted that for me. Get Ghostery. It's an extension that will reject those things, basically. What you're saying is you'll impersonate any audio-based redemptions. I mean... It's the least I can do, seeing as they don't work. This one actually has beef in it. I guess the other one was meant to be vegan or something. Humongous wizard. Humongous wizard. There you go. Pizza is such a loose thing that you can't soup unless you make it like a hot pizza smoothie, which would be a good username. I mean, I tried to make a pasta smoothie and it was the worst thing I'd ever done in my life. And I've drank olive oil by accident. Cook beef, onion, mushrooms, and green pepper until the meat is no longer pink and the vegetables are almost tender. Drain, stir in tomatoes, broth, pepperoni, and basil. So this is like a beef, onion, mushroom soup. With pepper. This is a completely different recipe. Creamy pizza soup. It's just tomato. In fact, I don't even remember seeing tomato in the last one. Oh, it's keto. It's low carb. Why are we fucking eating it if it's not got any carbs in it? That's the whole point. Gluten-free, fair enough. Olives, pepperoni, onion, tomatoes, bell pepper, Italian sausage, mozzarella slice, pizza sauce. So you telling me we've got diced tomatoes and pizza sauce, chicken broth, half and half. This is the cream sauce. Then this is not pizza soup. I defy this. How would I make a pizza soup? Okay, let's open Paint. Does Paint work on this screen? What if we went full screen? We can see Paint. There we go. Okay. Let me think about this. Obviously, tomatoes are going to be involved in this. That makes sense to me. Can I make this brush size bigger? Oh, fuck, that's not a tomato. Let me try again. Fuck. Give me red. There we go. So that's a tomato with a little like stalk coming out of it. That kind of looks like an apple. Looks quite a lot like an apple, actually. It's a tomato. Let's put the word tomato so there's no... Tomato! Not as big as that, maybe. Maybe not as small as that. A little bigger? There we go. Tomato. See, hang on. There's what's the thing? Fucking bread. Bread soup. Bread sauce. That's a thing, right? What does BBC say about bread sauce? Finding in that cooking stream, I considered it. It would be impossible to do here. I kind of missed my chance. But bread sauce. Milk, butter, onion, cloves, peppercorns, garlic, herbs, breadcrumbs. Now, I don't think that this will help us make a soup, is the thing. I think this will make a texture that perhaps won't be fun for souping. But this is kind of my thought, is maybe you start with bread sauce. Is there a bread soup? Give me a bread soup. What is bread soup? Classic Italian bread soup. This is just a bunch of bread in a soup, isn't it? Start with some bread. Soup. Oh, here we go. Stale white bread crusts. Right, okay. This is closer to being a pizza soup than any of the other stuff. Although they've got all sorts of things that are different. I love that James Joyce put where he says, what does James Joyce say? Oh, I'm missing so many things. Voice this character. Person named Alex. His name is James. He takes some candy. His name is James. He takes some candy if he knows what's good for him. His name is James. He begs for the antidote. Hey, there you go. I don't know. Just based on the person called Alex is not much of a description of a character, so that was my best attempt. Don't trust these people, says pizza sauce. Punish tomato soup. Rosie does ready steady cooking MS Paint. He did beetroot soup once. He did a beetroot colored poo, and then he turned around and looked in the bowl, and the water was beetroot colored too. I thought you were dying. This is apparently a common thing. I think the like NHS website or something says on certain questions is like, have you eaten beetroot recently? When people are like, am I dying? Adding green to the community soup sorry. I said that for some reason. And a corn derived product. A corn syrup does that. The hardest bit to get over with the pizza soup is the bread part of pizza. So this is closer to me because I consider this a soup. It's a little unusual. So yeah, I'm gonna say that we're gonna add bread sauce. Hang on. How do you draw bread sauce? Not like that. Here we go. Bread sauce or soup, and it's in a ball. That's easy to tell what it is, right? Everyone can tell. Let's go fucking color in the bowl as well. Bread. Hang on. Bread. It was bread soup. It was bread soup. So tomatoes, bread soup, like basil. That's always a pizza thing for me. There's some basil, I guess. What? I accidentally Control V and pasted in fucking the bandit Jerry Reed. No, this is basil. There we go. What else is in a pizza? Oh, I mean, I guess it's like pepperoni and cheese, right? So this will make a nice pepperoni, I think. That's what pepperoni looks like. Pepperoni. And then like, so the cheese part's kind of difficult of this, cause like I don't know, you could just put mozzarella in it without making it a fucking huge fondue mess. But maybe I want it to be a huge fondue mess. Also, why am I so small on this screen compared to the other ones? What happened? Get me like that. There we go. Redeemed. Add ingredient to the community soup dandruff. Redeemed. Add ingredient to the community soup dihydrogen monoxide. It's not just water. Added an ingredient to the community soup. Vegan pepperoni just to piss Rosie off. It doesn't piss me off. I actually think vegan pepperoni is one of the best meat alternatives. I think they did a good job with that because there's so many herbs in it, right? Cauldron vegan piss. What is this joke that we've all started? 5,000 rainbow sprinkles. I don't think that this mysterious goo from Kerbal Space Program. No, because I'm physically scared of that goo because it reminds me of this like goo that I found behind a radiator once, and I didn't know what it was, and I was so scared, and it seemed sort of organic, but I think it was also hard to the touch. I don't know what the fuck it was. I had no idea. I still don't know what it was, and I'm scared by that. When I read the description of the mysterious goo in Kerbal Space Program, I was like, no, it's that stuff. It's exactly that stuff, isn't it? 2 raw eggshells. Right, this is completely inedible. I mean, the vegan piss probably didn't help. So we got tomato basil, we got bread soup, we got pepperoni. I know bread soup isn't an ingredient on its own. I guess you have to go for cheddar cheese, because it seems like cheddar cheese actually does. There we go. That's some cheddar. It's kind of cuboid. I tried so hard. Don't anyone say that I'm not a digital artist who's worked for money before, because I am, and this is proof. Cheddar. What are we missing? This doesn't feel like enough. I mean, I guess it's garlic, but that's probably in the bread soup anyway. But here's a clove of garlic. There we go. Garlic. What else? I mean, probably more than just basil, right? Like parsley as well. That's another good thing to have. What does parsley look like? I don't remember. I'm gonna do this. That's parsley. Parsley. Do you think would this right? So what you do? You make the bread soup. You make a tomato sauce. I guess you like cook. So I guess you also make tomato soup. And then you put that on top of the bread soup, and then you obviously you mix in. Wait, no, you put basil in first, then you mix in your tomato soup. No, you don't mix it. You put it on top, and then you grate cheese on top of it because it's hot, and you put some pepperoni on it. Would that make an acceptable pizza soup? Olives is not a bad idea. They're not required, but there we go. No one could deny that these are olives. And just so they can't, I will also write olives. Olives. There we go. It's inedible but not undrinkable. It's not inedible. Oh, you mean the community soup? No, that's definitely inedible. Redeemed. Add an ingredient to the community soup. Fragment of the spear that pierced Jesus' side. Rosie's soul. I'm not sure if I have one of those. Other than just a vague feeling. I think you need to do tomato sauce and add dumplings. Big fuck off ball of mozzarella in the middle of it. I'm so hungry. I was just imagining this and thinking about how I would do anything to eat this, or a pizza, or anything. I would fight people for this. I'm so hungry. I'm so hungry, and I've been eating the same thing for like 3 months. It feels like it's not true. I've eaten other stuff. I don't even have any cheese. It's the thing. And cheese is expensive. Rosie's collection of souls. That's more like it. Tomato sauce, add dumplings. You know, actually, you might be right. These dumplings to make up, because dumplings can be wet, right? And they can be in a soup. I feel like a bit of chili. Sure, let's have a little bit of chili. How would one draw a chili? There we go. Chili. We've broken our thing of having a different colored text for each thing. Chili. There we go. We did it. I mean, you can add other stuff. You can add other pizza things. You can't add pineapple. Now, this isn't because I hate pineapple on pizza, which I do, but I think that the pineapple would spread throughout the pizza soup, and it wouldn't be as good as it would be if it was just a topping on pizza. Add an ingredient to the community soup, 30,000 gallons of awful. Well, now, we just have a fucking 30,000 gallons of whatever the fuck that is. And also some soup fell in it. Needs more garlic. Fine. You're right. I would put them closer together, but Paint doesn't let you do stuff like that. There we go. No, because you get sweet and sour soup with pineapple. So yeah, but that's different though, because they know what they're doing. Where they're not just throwing pineapple into this. Needs more garlic. Fine, I'll make it. Hang on. Oops, fuck. No, this one's smaller for some reason. Damn it. There we go. I'll make this one bigger to there we go. I honestly, the difference between those sizes of garlic, I have gotten big fucking chunks of garlic like that. There is big garlic that you can get, and for some reason it's cheaper. Or at least it was in Sainsbury's. We also haggis is with an IS. Awful is what you need to make haggis. I don't think there's anything awful about haggis actually, because the thing is, everyone's like, oh, it's boiled in a sheep's stomach, and I'm like, you know that sausages are cooked in an intestine, right? You do know that, right? So if we're gonna be on Scottish people's cases for haggis, I'm sorry, we're weighing. Hot dogs are made of anuses and stuff, right? Like, if we're judging that where the meat came from, I'm in favor of this. Oh gosh, we're on full screen. Whoopsie daisy. Wait. Oh my god, game capture is working on a game. That's so weird. Just defaultly, it's just working on the game. Oh, I forgot that Paint was actually also on this as well. There we go. Buy Paint. Vegetarian haggis is so much nicer than meat haggis. Do you say that as a vegan, or is it just nicer? Awful? Awful. Oh, you mean offal. OFFAL. Awful is... It's where the description of something being awful came from, not the other way around. Is that true? Because we can look that up. Awful etymology. I mean, I don't like lamb. It's not tasty to me. Hang on. To drop from a height, fail, decay, and die. Waste parts refused, especially the meat parts of a bird or animal used as food. As in, fall off. The notion is that which is allowed to fall off the butcher's block as being of little use. So it's from the word fall, not the word awful. We can also look up awful. Worthy of respect or fear, striking with awe, causing dread. Awe, as in full of awe. So, whoever told you that is wrong. Either that or the online etymology dictionary is wrong, I suppose. Which is not impossible. But, haggis is like 90% not meat anyway. Be a bit foosty? I don't know what foosty is. That's not a word I've heard before. Or if it has, I don't recognize it. Right, let's make this potion. Poppy, thistle, herb Paris. Vegan haggis and black pudding are both good. Most of the way to vegetarian. I was vegan for 6 years and then I just gave up. And that makes vegans very angry because they're like, why aren't you as emotionally connected in fucking getting so angry about this? And I'm like, because you don't seem to be going anywhere with it. We don't seem to be helping anybody. No, we're supposed to help animals. And it's like, but we're not actually making a dent in that. And also, you don't seem to care about capitalism being like the driver of these things. But realistically, it was just because everything that was vegan had like a 20 to 40% markup on it. And alternatively, I just had to like cook every meal by hand, which I don't have the energy to do. So that means it could be even more expensive for me. I just gave up. And went back to eating pepperoni pizza and I had a great time. And I went, I'm kind of like, I feel good because I recognize that me as an individual is not really making much of a dent. And then I also learned that some people actually will die if they don't eat meat. And suddenly the whole veganism thing started to like kind of tumble a little bit for me. But I still agree. We shouldn't be hurting and torturing animals. We can't stop animals from dying though. That's not possible. So, you know, like we can't just run into the jungle and like stop every animal from eating each other. So maybe some animals dying and getting eaten is supposed to happen, right? And it maybe if we do it in like a nice controlled environment where it's not as painful for them, that's a good thing. But usually, no. This is the thing. Like a vegan that's not vegan. I don't know how else to describe it. Dairy products, the only thing still hanging on to. Hang on, I think I missed some chat. Let me try and make sure I catch on to everything. If you want to be vegan, I fully support it, right? I'm not anti-vegan, which many vegans have said I am, but I'm not. I just believe in nuance. Something you never got when you were vegetarian. Everyone was using was using it as an identity to try and talk shit. Yeah, that's funny about the eating meat stuff. Stops because you're malnourished. There's definitely something to that, right? Like every child I've ever met who's like, oh, I was vegetarian my whole life. They seem sort of like weedy and soft. that's such a fucking messed up thing to say. I don't mean it like that. I just mean they seem very gentle and but also not particularly bulky as people. Not to say they're like fat or thin or anything. I just mean like they seem smaller. I don't know if that's like related to that or something. When I was vegan, I also had to take B12 all the time because I was exhausted. But that's a solvable issue if you can process the B12, which my cousin can't. So my cousin cannot be vegan, or she will die. And there was a lot of people that I was speaking to who are vegan. I'm also, this is really white vegans that behave this way. There's plenty of other kinds of veganism that are not attached to this way of thinking. I think it's probably fair to say that the people who are doing that are white vegans. Not exclusively, but I would say mostly. A lot of them I feel like would be like, well, then she should die. And I'm like, I thought the point of veganism was supposed to be compassion. Humans are also animals, right? Just because we're the ones responsible for extincting them doesn't mean we should be fighting us necessarily. I don't know. Sorry, I'm trying to keep up with chat. I need chat to be bigger. Synthetic meat is the most straightforward way of eliminating animal suffering. I mean, animals will still suffer. because also nature, you know, we can't control every animal. That most animals will still be suffering. Unless we end up living in every single environment. But and also that's quite expensive to do. Sympathetic with veganism, vegan myself, but seems a lot to over. Yeah, basically. I mean, one of the big moments that didn't help was when vegans that I knew fucking argued with me on my birthday about their right to have dreads as white people, which was something I didn't want to do, and I kept saying I don't want to have this conversation on my birthday. And then the second thing was they started trying to link stuff that said that veganism made it less likely for you to have COVID, and I was extremely furious about that. So I just started saying fuck you a lot to them, and then their boyfriend, who had been my friend for a while but had been a very shit friend, came up and was like, this isn't acceptable. And then his friends, it's weird that, like, I don't know, I did a lot of work as a friend to get like relegated to like second friend, but whatever. He also was like, this isn't on. But just you can't be fucking spreading misinformation at like the most crucial time to spread an ideology that you don't even self-examine, you know? But no, it seems to be white vegans that seems to be, because other movements that are not white veganism that I've seen seem to be a lot better at examining this sort of stuff and have more nuanced understandings. For example, like a lot of indigenous people will use meat, but they're very, 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 very sustainable about it. And they will use everything, right? So like, I'm like, well, if you're gonna use meat, that seems to be like the good way to do that. But then there's also people who have been doing that for so long, culturally, like that's their diet. They can't have other stuff. They couldn't be vegan, they would get sick. But then they're just like, well, then they should. Or they'll just not believe it or something. I'm like, no. Or I know I talk about this all the time, and it's maybe like bad of me to just use the same talking points, but there was genuinely a thing of, I think there was a recognition amongst a lot of white vegans that cats are like fully carnivorous. And in terms of Australia and America, they are invasive species. This isn't true for Europe. They're integrated, sort of. I mean, there's nuance to that as well. But so they started campaigning really, really hard against cat ownership, and even like spreading misinformation about cats, or using information about where cats were the most invasive, and then applying it to like being in Britain. I did research on this and found that they're actually not the case, and that was very frustrating. Because it's like, we love animals, but we've determined that this animal is too bad, so you can't love them. And I'm like, we didn't actually choose cats. If anything, grass chose us. We started farming loads of grass. It caused loads of rodents to choose our grass. So cats chose to chase our rodents, and that's how cats are with us. So like, where does, how, like, is that nature? It, just because we're humans, it stops being nature? Like you know, we can do stuff like we could neuter cats and things like that, so we don't end up with too many of them. A lot of cities do apparently have too many cats. But like, completely not having cats at all, it becomes this sort of like this weird, it can be arrogant in either direction easily. Like, oh, I should have my cat anywhere, like Australia. That's a very arrogant and bad thing. But the other alternative of like, no, nobody can have cats. Australians should get pets that are native to Australia. I think that'd be a good idea. Way more respect for people with vegan, vegetarian for religious reasons through saying white veganism. Yeah. So it's made for basically normal cooking process, not. Oh, what are we talking? Oh, sorry. A lot of synthetic meats are made for industrial process, make it not super great for human consumption. Really? I wonder why that is. You can mushrooms and beans and stuff. You can make a lot of meat-like things. There's a lot of right-wing conspiracy stuff involved. Yeah. We had this realization that a lot of animals are cute and suddenly felt bad for eating them. That's sort of how I started, because I was vegetarian before. I know that's weird because I'm sort of the Vor guy in these circles. I think there's more Vor people in these circles, like Suja. I just think you're the only one that talks about it. It's one thing to have a weird fantasy, and it's another to deal with. I don't think that's not the same. Why are you? You're just saying this so you can bring up Vor again. Chat rejects veganism as preventive for COVID. Suggests good old fashioned prayer works instead. Sorry, Taki? Is it Taki here? That sounds like a Taki thing. It's similar feeling when you're young, which is why I became a vegetarian initially. Can't sustain it personally. But actively wrong. Started keeping me up at night, so made decisions opt out of me. If that, if that's what you want, like, that's great. For every bad vegan argument, shall introduce 2 new species frog to Australia. No, please don't. Poor Australia. It's gonna fucking take them centuries to recover from us. Probably didn't have as profound as thought at 9, but at the time it wouldn't be gag eating. It's also a preference. I think that's the thing. That's kind of the thing I suppose I'm getting at, is that really all of this stuff should be a decision that people make and not something that people are bullied or through misinformation steered into doing. I feel like I was shown a story, like a video with like no sources that was like, look how good looking this old guy's wife looks like, and look how bad he looks because he's a man who ate meat and she's a woman. It's like, but she had so much makeup and surgery. And also, like, women do live longer. And also, like, I don't know the conditions of his life outside of eating meat, but genuinely I was like, because my girlfriend was showing me this at the time, I was like, oh, well, I want to be beautiful forever. A fully healthy thing to want. It's not toxic at all. Yeah, no, I was like, oh, this will make me healthy. I think the healthiest thing I probably did is the amount of water I drink. I think that's probably the healthiest thing I've done. And even then, I don't really know the ins and outs of that. Oh, I have an unknown potion. When did I get that? I accidentally make it. Right, come on, let's make a few more potions. No, I was an excuse to bring it up. When I mentioned this to a friend, it was strange. Oh, okay, so it's someone else's reaction. I am watching you though. I don't know. I guess we should be more comfortable about speaking about these things, I think. But yeah, no, I've been vegetarian several times. But usually I would just miss something so much. Like genuinely, diet is not something that's adhered to very much in any space anywhere. And also, like, the reverse side of it, I've done a lot of like anti-vegan vegetarian stuff, I guess. It's not really. People would be hostile about it. People would be like, oh, I didn't think about you being vegetarian, even though it's the only thing that we talk about. So I just got you a sweaty bag of salad whilst we're all gonna be eating like hearty meat sandwiches and I don't know, like meat soup or something. Like, oh, okay, cool, thanks. So you've made it seem like I'm a huge dick when actually you couldn't even, like, quite a few things are vegan that you wouldn't think. You could just give me some Oreos or something, like. It had to be a sweaty salad. Or like, there was this big event that I used to go to, and then one day they were like, let's do a barbecue. So I had to fucking sit and like... The thing is, I wasn't even a fully informed person. So I was literally like trying to badmouth meat whilst I was there. But to be fair, they started it. They changed it to like a meat-based event when it was not before. And they didn't provide any alternative, which is already kind of a shitty thing to do. Give us something really easy to just give us beans in a fucking wrap, give us some bean wraps. Couldn't even do that. Eating meat made you feel bad. So I don't know what I can to avoid these bad feelings, like mushrooms and beans and flour and stuff. Happy making meat substitutes, especially since they rarely eat just a chunk of meat without other stuff in it. I'm trying to think what my thought process was. I mean, the one is like, I'm so far removed from the meat making process Now this is something that vegans will say. They're like, well, you wouldn't slaughter a cow yourself. Yeah, but then I also wouldn't maybe do brain surgery as well, and that seems quite traumatic. I know that's not the same. I know it's not the same. Oh fuck, I failed the potion. But the people who culturally are good at dealing with animals, the way that they always approach it is they're like thankful for the animal existing and essentially almost like giving itself for our sustenance. And like if you look after the animal pretty well, then like I don't know, it doesn't feel bad anymore. It feels a little bit like a this kind of the way I'm describing this meat production doesn't really exist. You know, this like gentle farm where they stroke the cow every day. Some of them do, but like in terms of like if I go to Tesco and buy a ham sandwich, this isn't the process that's gonna happen. I don't know, would you have to pay farmers more special attention? I guess so, because they're gonna win out against more industrial methods. If you get fad vegans and it's like a big complaint about there being no vegan food, then it's weird, as in veganism without the emotional element. Wait, I'm confused. Veganism without the emotional element. Oh, okay. No, to be honest, these people seem too emotional. Because they're very hard to rationalize with. Because they're like, no, we must be on the right team, and the right team is being vegan. And I'm like, for the most part, agree with you. It's a good direction. People got really into it a couple of years ago. Yeah. Well, I mean, I was part of an earlier wave of that. It just was like, I don't know, was it 6 years ago now? Why don't I have... Why can't I pick anything up? Okay, we're just gonna put it in the file and see if it makes the potion anyway. This will complete the potion. I mean, they may just quit being vegan because it's difficult. Oh, I failed. Because it is. It is difficult. It is hard to do. And a lot... you know, like I was saying before, there's not really much sympathy about that. Especially when it comes to, say, disability or wealth. Like, no, you should try harder. And it's like, it's not... It starts to make me think of The Good Place a little bit. If you've not seen that show, you should watch all of it. It's fantastic. You know, if I'm not doing a morally superior action, am I therefore doing a bad thing? No, not really. If you don't have the opportunity to do a good thing, if you literally don't have the opportunity to do a good thing, it doesn't make you a bad person. It just means you didn't have the opportunity. Middle class people just virtue signaling. I've never seen, except for maybe now, virtue signaling used in any other way other than meaning someone is calling out something being bad and right-wingers go, are you just virtue signaling? I've never seen that used outside of that context before. Rarely have a chunk of beef or a chunk of pork or whatever. Like it was like burgers, meatballs, sausage. I mean, those are chunks of meat, to be fair. Make it tasty none is pretty easy for you. I ended up eating just some awful stuff that would be made so cheap. And I got so sick. I got so sick of some of the vegan alternatives are terrible. And I actually think that vegans maybe... I get that the reason they do it is because people are like, oh, I'm not going to become vegan because I want to keep cheese. So like, okay, we'll make you some cheese. The cheese has gotten better. But then some of the like meat replacement stuff was just like, it was so sad and I was so depressed. I'm like, am I really helping anyone? I like to cook it, find it very relaxing. So you're playing with a more stacked deck. I don't know what you mean by that, but that sounds good. Yeah, we're gonna stop fairly soon, I think. I'm so hungry. What am I gonna eat? I actually know what I'm gonna eat. I'm so tempted to just order pizza, but that costs money. I have been spending money, so I don't know if I have money to spend. I think I've messed up this potion. Time to find out. spoon? Just mean that sort of... Oh, we failed. It's on us to save the planet by buying all this expensive vegan food now. It exists just for us. Yeah. I probably wouldn't even call it virtue signaling, just partly because of the things I said, but also it's more of, it is a thing of, not so much signaling virtue as it is of, we are right, you're right, yeah, to show everyone how good they are. But I don't know. I almost feel like it's less I'm good and more everyone else is bad. I think it almost seems like more like that to me. Right, how many potions do I have now? We have 40 lullaby potions. My thinking is, no, don't eat it. Oh fuck! Don't eat the. Just ate a lullaby potion. What I meant to do is I meant to apply them to the arrows. There we go. I think I maybe applied it to some other things as well. I think I applied it to a cudgel, maybe? Yeah, oh, I applied it to a bludgeon. But there we go. Do those last? Have I just used a bunch of potions? Most of it's awful, that's why I do DOA stuff that tastes as good, right? Of onion, garlic, herb and spices, mushrooms, and other stuff. I mean, as much as I keep saying it sucks how they're like, just eat beans. Beans is a good way to add up the protein, I think. If you'd been on top of cooking more, then I got all the vitamins and stuff I need, I'm sure. Yeah, no, well that was the thing. Like, being vegan did force me to have to learn to cook more, I guess. But that's also because it's like it's required. It made me think about food differently in a good way. And to be honest, I don't even eat that much meat as it is now. Did recently buy some beef for some reason when I really should have had a different meat. I didn't like it as much, but I also ate it and was like, ah yes, all of the B12. You became your family's primary cook at 15 because your mom became unable to cook and your dad worked 60 hours a week. Oops. I bet that means you're really good at cooking though. Something you got good at and enjoy. Yeah. I mean, that's sort of, there's certain, ooh. Oh fuck, Henry's passing out because I drank a lullaby potion. Although it only says 50% tiredness, so he should be fine. Was it well done beef? It was corned beef, so yes, I guess. Took a few food science classes in high school. Nice. I remember we did some kind of like, don't fall asleep, Henry. You fall asleep instead. I need to stop stealing from people here. Because remember how that went before? Why does this guy need a dagger? I'll leave his dagger. I don't think they can use that for self-defense. I just found pork chops pretty tasteless. Yeah. They seem like sort of dry, boring meat. I find it easy to meal plan for 4 people than 2. Yeah. It is easy to just use massive amounts of things. When I make burritos, which I've seemed to have gotten worse at the more I've done it for some reason, that's like a feast of burrito, and also like maybe even a couple of days worth of feastings of burritos, just because it's just a huge pot, you know. I bought pork products like 5 years. I get some ham occasionally, although it is very much a luxury. It's almost, actually, come to think of it, I've almost come back into being more vegan because the prices have shifted on stuff. But it's not like I'm eating replacement stuff. It's just like I'm eating nothing, basically. I definitely need to eat more like green leafy veg, stuff like broccoli. Do something to cover them. I imagine like pork chops with like a really good sauce are probably good. Because then I guess it absorbs the sauce. I forget, is it... It's something like America's really big into putting sauce with meat, but then Australia's like super anti doing that or something, I think. Because I remember Americans saying about how they asked for sauce at a fancy place and they like almost murdered them. It's always so bad when other people cook them. It's easy to make them like shoe leather. For certainly parents who've cooked stuff like that for me, it's been the case. Kind of the same way with steaks. Ground beef was pretty good as a substitute to mix stuff in. Especially an extracted flour protein thing, can't think of the name, makes a really good replacement. I'm mostly just thinking about the like nutritional value of it. Because they do stuff with like regular bread flours that they put stuff into it to make it healthier, and if also with salt as well, they not always, but they put iodine in the salt. Because I did have a problem. I can't remember what the symptoms were now, but I do remember looking them up and being like, oh, this seems like an iodine thing, and then I realized I wasn't getting iodine from anything, and I was like, oh, that's a weird...
Jesus. I could really do with some sleep.
You know, that's a weird issue to have, right? Oh, don't have enough iodine. Didn't realize that was a thing that would happen. I think that was when I was vegan as well, though. Satan style. Oh, Satan. Yeah. There was a lot of fairly decent vegan products that were made of that, I think. Not sure why that looks like that. It's not quite Satan, but very close. There was a bit of a sort of like chuckling, because everyone was like, "Oh, meat eaters think that we're Satan. Ha 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 ha. Okay, here we are eating this." And like, there definitely are like meat supremacists, I think I would say. Like, also it's kind of a thing with fascism, of eating loads of meat. Fools like Jordan Peterson make himself sick. He's eating so much meat. He's like, I think he's like children have to beg him to stop or something. I'm just gonna eat only meat. How long does that take? A few hours? Yeah, see, that's kind of the point where suddenly, for me, I'm like, you know, if I have a shower, that's like most of my energy gone, really. And I have to shower. I only cook... It's been a long time since I've made something that took hours to cook. I have made a few things that take an hour or two to cook. But even that needs, like, special energy that I don't have. But like I could exhaust myself for a while if I spent a long time cooking something. That was also, so I guess disability became a big thing with being vegan. People are so silly. Cause then I think they're like, I like meat because I like that we are superior to the animals. I'm like, that's the wrong reason. We're I don't know. I mean, I value human life over animal life if it came to it. But it's not out of some kind of idea of supremacy. I don't think that Harambe should have been shot. So I don't know. Maybe ideal gorilla life is greater than small white American child. I assume it's American. Does anyone remember Epic Mealtime? Don't know if the bacon thing started there, but if it made it worse. Oh, I remember. I feel like it almost seemed like it was like Reddit and then later YouTube. They were like, bacon's the best thing ever! And then it kind of became like, haha, lol, I like to eat bacon too. And it's like, yeah, most people do. You're not special. Like, it almost became an in club. And then I remember it ended up being like Imager as well. Right, we're gonna put all of our herbs away. See if we can actually carry everything that we have. We definitely need to drop all this like stinky meat. I bought him so much food, and he was full longer than the food stayed good for. It's a little surprising. I need to fix his shoes. I need to fix all his clothes, really. Can we eat fly agaric? Oh no, is that a potion ingredient? just like he's like fully passing out. He's like me when I get really tired. No! I moved every single thing in my inventory. You know what? Fuck it. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna sleep. We're gonna give him some sleep. No, wait. Hang on. I should move my inventory and then sleep so it will save. Strongest food opinion is that you hate burger places. Why? Some of them are great. I guess it depends what they are. Or like what they're like. Really want to see just how badly Jordan Peterson's red meat diet is ravaging his body. Fascist meat men are off the rocker. I mean, I don't know if there is something to like, the more meat you eat, the more aggressive you become. That's a thing. I mean, I suppose it probably does just from like the lack of other nutrients. All the burger places that popped up in the UK. Oh, you mean like the burger is no longer just a cheap item, it's now a fancy, super stacked, tall thing with like loads of sauces that makes it fucking impossible to eat, and also the burgers cost like 10 to 20 pounds or whatever. When previously it was, you know, yeah. I don't know. I mean, they're tasty. There was a really nice vegan burger place that was like that, but they closed down because they couldn't make enough money, and I'm not surprised. Right, take his arrows, take that potion, take the bludgeon. I guess take the clothes. Don't take those. Take the dagger. Just one dagger, please. Take the food that is eatable. The water. Take the arrow. Take the gloves. Gherkin. Take these arrows. Take the lullaby potions. Take the... Oh, these arrows. No, I took too many things. Whatever. Remember, was this the thing he wore? The savior snaps. Take the sword, I guess. Take the silent shoes. Take the straw hat. Take the torch. Take the bow. The unknown potion, I guess, because 9 of them for some reason. Okay, right. Put your clothes back on. Were these his clothes? Kind of. Put away that other one. Where was it? Was it this thing? Added choices. Here we go. I think that was more or less what he was wearing. Yeah, £18 for a burger that's got pulled pork, chicken breast, 2 onion rings. He had this great one at like Handmade Burger Co. It was like cheese and apple, a veggie burger. Okay. One of the best ones I had was, hang on. One of the best ones I had was like a burger, but then it also had mac and cheese in it. And then also that same place did do loaded fries. I think loaded fries is so good. I think that they're a good sign that they exist. Like, yeah, a bunch of fries, and maybe you even put a sauce on the fries, and then you put fucking cheese and pepperoni on, and you like pizza loaded fries. I'm like, that's so good. I could never hate that. Your favorite way to do burgers: mayo, ketchup, mustard, horseradish, patty, onion rings, fried tomatoes, lettuce, onion, pickles. That's a lot, but it tastes like good cohesive whole. That's pretty good. I'm not really into mayonnaise. I'm into sometimes, depending on how it's made. If it's very fancily made, and if it's very hidden in the dish, I'll be great. Loaded fries are just poutine plus. I mean, it does seem like the popularity of poutine maybe led to that happening. Poutine's quite a thing, isn't it? Because it's like, was gravy and cheese kids? Yeah, I guess I can see what you're saying there. Right. We need to test out. Do we have time to do this? We need to test out to see if we can hit someone with an arrow that will make them go to sleep. Well, I can't do it in this town because they'll hate me. I'm pretty sure. 80 Burger exists somewhere near Doncaster? Awful? As in, it's awful that it cost £18, or does it actually taste bad? Because maybe I'll start a YouTube career. And I'll go, now then! Back on the road again! Maybe I'll start doing that. Seems like such a easy, like... Some YouTube stuff is not very creative at all. It's just, I'm doing a thing. I'm doing a process. And then, because they're doing it, like, everyone will want to give them stuff. I get the impression that that guy sells his reviews. Because he's given some stuff really high reviews when it's been bad. I almost think there's like a tiered system. Like, your default, if you just pay for one, is like 8 out of 10. Pay more to 9 out of 10, you get 10 out of 10 if you like pay loads of money. I get that's the impression I get off the way he rates the system. So people made a Twitch career of that. I mean, I would maybe be a little bit in the camp of like, you know, reaction streamers, not so sure, but I kind of just came to understand that like it's just another way of streaming. People used to present television like that. But the other thing I would say is that Fox is actually that good of a streamer that, you know, I can't say, oh, you're taking the easy route, because he's not. He works extremely hard as a streamer and does loads of things that I can't be bothered to do. So I wouldn't have a leg to stand on. Can't take these streams. Can't take the streams to take it too far with the jokes. It's like making fun of Fox. Fox is really nice. For considering the size of his channel and how well connected he is in real life and in Twitch as well. It was just stand up and nice to me. I feel like I'm going the wrong way. And I value those double, because also lots of people have been very not nice to me and tried to convince everyone to also do the same thing. So for anyone, another streamer to be nice to me, I'm like, oh, well, you can think for yourself, can't you? Thank you. But yeah, Fox very nice. Giving me lots of shout outs and laughs at my jokes a few times, which I feel like is a bit of a sort of like, hey, this streamer's funny, go check him out. I don't know if Fox finds my jokes as funny as he laughs at them, but it's very nice of him, I think. Okay, we found a river. I'm feeling quite lost. Oh, there's the castle town. Okay, we went a weird route. I feel like we're probably over here somewhere. So we probably maybe wandered on. No, I don't think I went on that path. I don't know how we got, unless we're like over here. I have no idea. I'm heading towards the castle. It's just people insulting the guy's appearance. Yeah, no, that's not great. I think Fox is pretty good about telling people off for that, though. At least when I've seen. But certainly other channels maybe don't do that. And there was also a thing, because Marcus Keeley has watched a fair number of YouTubers who are like, oh, these people seem bad, but it's kind of like fun to point out why they're bad. But one channel, he did have to drop completely because they just started being like quite homophobic. So it's, I don't know. I guess you know, there's this weird balance of finding someone who's like arrogant but like isn't like inherently bad. Although I don't know, arrogance is it's not great. It's not worth like hating someone over though, is it? Depends on the situation. There's plenty. I think about people who like worked with people that are like awkward or whatever. Like, ah, they're so arrogant, but then they still work with them for 20 years, and it's like, well, obviously that's possible. But then I also think there's probably other versions of that where it's like, this person has made my life worse at every opportunity. Yeah, people should be kind. People shouldn't insult people for something that a nice person may also have. So like, anyone that's like, oh, look at their weight, like, no, fuck off with that, because first of all, that's born out of absolute nonsense, and secondarily, you probably got loads of friends who, you know, weigh more than you or whatever. Or like insulting people's appearance and stuff like that. You're gonna just hurt people that had nothing to do with it. Thinking that ugliness, which again, I don't think ugliness truly exists. not aesthetically anyway. It's just, you know, it's kind of playing into this idea that like people are superior because of certain aspects of them that are outside of their control, and that's very eugenic-y. What's the thing about someone's? I mean, if someone's got like a swastika tattooed on their head, then that is an appearance you can make fun of and should. But that's obviously not the same. Hey, is this my horse? Or is this just a random horse? Oh, they think this is the horse I left here. Okay, it's been here for like 4 days, I guess, just getting randomly fed by people that goes past. People should be insulting appearance is a sign of a failed argument unless they're a Buddhist. What? What? I don't understand anything you're saying there. A failed argument. I feel like I vaguely know what you're referencing with that bit, but I don't know what the Buddhism part is. The swastika's but oh right. Oh okay. Yeah. Well, they sort of generally accepted that they were gonna use one that was facing a different direction anyway. I do remember someone that just had a bunch of them tattooed on them, and they were like, "It's Buddhist," and I was like, "Yeah, but you're not Buddhist, so you just have a bunch of swastikas on your body. It seems like a bad idea." No, I know they co-opted it, but right, long distance arrow. Let's see if we can hit this guy. I think we have to hit him twice. Is to work. Right, that was fucking miles away. Let's try this again. I'm not very good at this. Okay, that kind of was in the right vicinity of the area. You know, people that don't know the difference. I have met 0 people that don't know the difference, but that's just my experience. Ooh, and they tend to have dots around it as well. It's the... Ooh. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. I can do this. Nope. I can do this. Ah, fuck.
I've got you.
Ah!
You'll soon be sorry.
I can do this. Did that hit you? Oh shit, I didn't mean to do that. I mean, to be honest, if I get enough arrows... What the fuck hit me? Oh, an arrow. Oh, they're better at archery and they have a superior angle on me. I think I'm gonna die. Did I save? I don't think I saved. I think I was supposed to get a saviour schnapps. Yeah, I need to first of all stop bleeding. Oh, I can't believe I forgot to save. I don't have any bandages with me. Fuck. I mean, I saved in bed, I guess. So, I think what I've learned, what I say I've learned here today is, I need perhaps a higher archery level. Oh fuck. Okay. Let's try and bludgeon this guy that's approached us here. Well, get your bludgeon out. I'm about to die anyway, I think. Oh, I just bled to death. Okay. So he's just spurting from every angle at the same time. Okay. So I guess we still need more things. We still need to do more things. Oh, internet just cut out there. Oh, sorry. I don't know if there was some weird lag there, but I just looked over and saw that the internet fucking cut out completely there. It doesn't seem like we dropped any frames, so I probably slowed down and then sped up. Yeah, so I guess we're still not ready to attempt the rat war. Because Henry can't hit shit with a bow, and that's kind of a necessary part of this. But I think then perhaps it's time to end the stream and find somewhere else to go. End the stream. Oh shit, that's me. Shut Shut up, me. Silence. You're not allowed to talk. Have some bossa nova. I should really. I need to make a goodbye scene, right? That just. Oh. It just like plays this so people know that the stream is ending. That's what I need to do. Let's have a look to see who's online. I think I saw that Slashy was on. I hope Slashy's still on. Not seeing Slashy on this list. Did Slashy finish? Yes, Slashy did because Slashy raised gold for Martino. Who else is on? Who else is on? Who do I want to raid? Everyone's playing Baldur's Gate 3. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, Marcus Keeley. I did mention Marcus Keeley like 5 times in the stream. So you know what? I think actually I'll raid Marcus Keeley. Marcus Keeley. Stolen your sister's penguin. You've stolen your sister's penguin. That's a type of like marzipan bread, isn't it? A stolen or something. Like a penguin. Yeah, thanks everyone. Thanks for being here in my stream. Oh, I didn't start the raid. Hang on. Sorry. Oh, there's an E. My keyboard types too many E's because I damaged it with water and I do need to clean and fix it, and I haven't done that, so maybe it's just broken forever. Check out my YouTube. I will be uploading the video to this, the VOD for this. Context of plush penguin she's thrown out, so it's not actually stolen. Nice. Check out my Ko-fi, please. Please give me money. Please give me money, everybody. Please. Please. I need to pay for things. I'm getting a nice Twitch payout from the previous month, but it hasn't really been anything like that this month. We've not been in this month that long, to be fair. But please direct money towards me. It will make it much easier for me to live. So please do that. Also, Discord. Join the Discord. It's really good. I posted some food in there. Which is, I feel, maybe a pretentious thing to do. I don't know. The opinion seems to have wavered on that. But thank you, everybody. Everyone's been very nice to me today. I feel like I enjoyed the stream. I had a good time. It was a little ranty in the beginning, but I don't think anyone minds about that. Let's go with Marcus Keeley to play Resident Evil 2, and I believe it will be some kind of randomizer. So funny stuff happens with the dialogue in that. Bye, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow for some kind of stream. Bye bye. Love you. Pizza soon.